Where's Jennifer? She walked in. She doesn't need to get her stuff. I'm gonna start. All right, it's past 6 o'clock, so let's begin this study session of Urbana School District 116. Roll call, please.
Member Stanton.
Yes.
Member Jones.
Here.
Member Hickson.
Here.
Member Baxley.
Here.
Member Langendorf here. Vice President Exum.
Here.
President Pulowski.
Here, we have a quorum. Are there any additions, corrections, or modifications to tonight's agenda? Hearing none, there will be an executive session after the current meeting for the purpose of litigation facing the district, personnel, and for a student matter. There will be no action taken by the board following the executive session. Is there a motion to approve tonight's agenda?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Let's go off with start off with our accommodations and recognitions. First with the Science Olympiad team. So Jeff.
Here you go, Colin. Okay, you guys have a seat. Good evening. I'd like to thank the school board and the school district for this opportunity to recognize a pretty special group of Urbana High School students. This is the Urbana High School Science Olympiad team, and what they've accomplished over the last couple of months is nothing short of amazing, considering that this extracurricular program at Urbana High School hasn't had a long history. It sort of got revived just about 2 years ago, and this was our third year. And they took it all the way to the state. So maybe on your way out of here, you can see a trophy about this big. Actually, I'm going to take it with me. It's a trophy about this big, and they took second in state about a month ago. And to get there, they took second at regionals and almost won that. But considering that maybe not many people here have done Science Olympiad or been to one of these things, I thought I'd have a couple of students here describe what happens at a Science Olympiad full day on Saturdays.
Hi, my name is Natalie Pochesk. I've been doing Science Olympiad since my freshman year, and I'm now a junior. So at each competition, there's around 20 events, and we try to break it up into groups of two or three, and each student does 3 or 4 events. Half of the events are considered test events, so there's written tests, there's lab tests, and that's kind of what I like to do. You're even hybrid, so we spend most of the year after we're assigned our events is we study and we work together and develop strategies, because a lot of it's under time pressure, and we just have to kind of use our time as best as we can and fit everything onto our cheat sheets as we can. And yeah, and we also have build events, which I think Colin will talk about.
Yeah, so I'm so sorry. In addition to test events, there's also build events where you design and construct devices to complete a certain task, which they then measure, and then you compete based on some kind of point system. So here is an example of a build event that I completed with my partner, Elliot Anderson. Yeah, sorry, do you want to pick it up? And it's basically, it's a vehicle that's designed to go a specific distance as accurately as possible. But there's also several other types of build events based, like wind power, where you construct a wind power turbine, or like bungee drop, where you try to make a bungee drop as accurate as possible to a certain point. So there's many types, and also hybrid events where you do a test and a build.
Okay, so I also did a build event, and this is Robot Tour. My name is JJ Lee. I'm a junior. I did this with Colin. And so this robot was designed using like the Lego EV3 platform. And basically you've got like a certain track that the robot needs to follow as accurately as possible, and it needs to go from like the start to the end. but they don't tell you the track beforehand, so you need to, program this thing to be able to move without really knowing what particular route you're going to have at the end. And it's all like autonomously done, so there's no like remote control or anything. So, on the event day, we basically are given like 10 minutes to program it, and then you have to set it on the course and see how well it does. So, I didn't have much experience with robotics before doing a science Olympiad, but we've managed to, usually get first or second in these competitions. And yeah, it's been pretty good.
So hopefully that gives you an idea of what we actually do in an Olympiad. And preparation for all of this really began at the beginning of the school year. And the Olympiads that we go to, mainly March and April. State was in April. So it's many months of preparation that go into this. And And as we get closer to the competition, actually a lot more preparation gets done at the last minute, which is a lot of work. And so again, we appreciate the chance to come in and talk to you about our accomplishments. And I purposely didn't introduce myself at the beginning because this is all about them. I didn't do any of this building. My name is Jeff Birdsley. I'm a science teacher at Urbana High School. And my co-coach.
My name's Alex Riley. I'm also a science teacher at Urbana High School. And then we can have the other team members introduce themselves really quick.
I'm Cecilia Birdsley. I am a junior at Urbana High School, and I've been doing this since freshman year.
I'm Aruna Mitra. I'm a freshman, and this is my first year.
I'm Lahori Mitra. I'm also a freshman, and this is also my first year.
All right, and thank you so much.
Thank you all. We're so proud of you. It's really awesome work. Our next recognition and commendation is for Habitat.
Okay, did that work? Cool. Oh, yay, cool. Sweet. All right, so I'm Laura Koritz. I am one of the sponsors of Habitat Club, giving Mark Foley a break tonight, even though he also is very integral to what we're doing. Thanks for being here, and thanks for supporting something that's really deeply meaningful to our students and to our district. The kids are passing out some letters that they wrote about their experiences and also an agenda of what we do on the trips. I promised Lori that we would keep this shorter than usual, so we're going to try and keep it brief. And normally we come up and we do a recap of what happens on our Mississippi trips, but I think most of you have seen that presentation before. And while we do think it's really important that we continue to talk about what education can be when we put creativity and our flexibility first, we just put the itinerary on that first piece of paper, and the kids are going to come up and just describe a little bit briefly about their experiences. I did put up here just kind of what we as a club are and what we do. If you're not aware, Habitat Club formed at Urbana High School in 2014. We do local builds as well as work in Coahoma County, Mississippi. So about once a month we build with local Habitat. We've got about 50 active students in the club right now. And then we take trips to Mississippi in both November and February. Thank you. And we go to Mississippi because there's a lot of need there. How do we make it happen? I think it's also important to mention that this is something that we want to be an opportunity for any student, regardless of their situation. So students pay what they can to attend the trip, and then everything else is raised through fundraising grants. We write a lot of grants, and donations. And then if anybody is watching that has a student that they think that would want to join, we meet weekly. Kids don't have to do anything except to show up at a meeting. We meet in Mr. Foley's room, and kids can either come before school or after school. We do the same meeting twice so that more students can be there. Okay, so I think the first student to talk is Lillian. Come on up.
Hi, everyone. Good evening. I'd like to say thank you for having us here, and I think I can speak on behalf of everyone when I say that we're all very excited to share our experiences in the Delta with you all. As Laura mentioned, my name's Lillian. My name's Lillian Hall. I'm a senior, and I've been fortunate enough to be able to go on 3 of the trips to the Delta with Urbana High School's Habitat for Humanity. I can confidently say that each one of these trips has significantly impacted my life, each in their own way. The first time when I went to the Delta, I was confronted with a very impoverished community that in many ways reminded me of my own upbringing. And through just even from the construction work, as you can see in some of these photos, to going and teaching and tutoring the elementary school kids, to just interacting with the community, I felt like I very much bonded and formed a connection with the Delta. And it's very heartwarming to see how deeply the work that we do volunteer down there, how it helps empower the people. And personally, my work with Habitat for Humanity has inspired me to pursue my dreams of becoming a lawyer and providing legal services to those who are unable to afford them. And I can't say what my life would have been like had I not joined Habitat, but considering I did, I can say that it has definitely fostered a sense of purpose and a deep feeling of belonging in my life. And thank you for listening, and the next person speaking is going to be Noah.
All right, good evening, everyone. My name is Noah Hamilton. I am a volunteer here with Habitat for Humanity at Urbana High School. I have been since my junior year, and I am a senior now. And really briefly, I just wanted to talk about kind of happiness. So when before I joined Habitat for Humanity, I was kind of trying to find what made me happy the most. And I kind of thought, at first it's materialistic things, or maybe it's people. Then when I joined the club and I got down there in Mississippi, which I was fortunate enough to be given the chance, I realized that what really made me happy was giving every part of myself to others. And that's what I did when I was building that home, when I went to the elementary school, and when I met this family of mine that I call my Habitat family. So I don't know, I'm glad that I got this chance and this experience to find myself, and I'm really grateful. Thank you so much. And the next speaker is Natalie.
Hi, I'm back. Okay, this is my slide. The biggest thing I saw when I came back was just the ability to see the value in community and teamwork. I like the word family because for this week we were spending like every second together. We were going to work at the build site every day together. We were cooking and cleaning together. We were singing together, and just all these meaningful conversations and just enjoying each other's presence. I think it was just so joyful for all of us. I think our hearts were all so full to see other people who really care about the world and wanting to make an impact. Like, I didn't know how to build a house. I didn't know any construction skills whatsoever, but just being willing to show up and work was enough. And I think for a lot of people it was the same thing. And just the willingness to learn and work together, it was so rewarding to see the house at the end of the week and how much we had done, and also all the bonds that were created. Like, I got closer with so many so many of my friends that I was already friends with, and then I met so many new amazing people that I wouldn't have ever like talked to if it weren't for the trip. And lastly, I want to say like the role models that you gain from that, and just seeing that as an adult, like you like sometimes it's hard to like think about a future, but the adults on the trip are really good at showing you like what it means to be a good role model. And yeah, that's it. I wanted to, next is Kate.
Hi everyone, my name is Kate Gresh and I'm a junior at Urbana High School who got to go on the Habitat trip in February. This trip helped me understand the importance of community and the value of dedication to something more significant than material things and far more significant than simply myself. While in Mississippi, I was exposed to an area of extreme poverty, largely due to deep roots of racism. The people in the Delta are the most kind-hearted and generous people that you will ever meet, but they carry such a large burden upon their shoulders that it's difficult for most of us to even begin to imagine. And alone, I know that I'm not capable of creating a big change in their community, but participating in Habitat has shown me the possibilities for making a positive impact when we join together. And I have carried with me a new sense of selflessness ever since the trip. And now it's easier for me to understand the full extent of sacrifice when I'm working for such a crucial cause. And I'd like to have Jalen come up.
Hello, my name is Jalen Johnson, and I just wanted to say thank you for having me out tonight. And it's so amazing to speak about this wonderful trip in front of wonderful people. So the main thing the trip taught me, I went on the February 2025 trip, was the sense of purpose. And I just wanted to say that everyone has a purpose in this world, and this trip has really taught me and allowed me to figure out my purpose in life is giving myself back to others. Placing yourself in the needs of others, especially when you're removed from your normal community, really shows just how much of an impact a small group of people, we have about like 20 individuals who go on this trip, how much that small group can impact so many communities down in the Delta. And I just wanted to say, Habitat for Humanity, especially these trips, change lives, not only for the people who receive the houses, but for the people who volunteer to build those houses. Habitat changed my life, saved me, gave me purpose, and I just want to say thank you for letting us speak tonight. Everyone should involve themselves in Habitat. Thank you. Oh, wait. And I would like to invite Beatrice to talk.
Hi, my name is Beatrice. I'm a junior, and I was able to go on the November trip for Habitats. I'm really glad that I was able to go on the trip because the sense of community that was gained during this trip helped us feel as though we were working towards a common goal and making a difference on a small community's lives and the lives within that community. Even though we were only able to work on a couple of houses, it still felt as though we were making a difference. Next, I'd like to call up Kamaya.
Hello, I'm Kamaya Britt, and I got the opportunity to go on the November and the February trip. And for me, Habitat is just a complete, indescribable feeling until you are involved in a community where everybody's putting their best foot forward to give somebody else a better opportunity and a chance to build a house and really build a deeper community. For me, after leaving the November trip, every day I dreamt of going back, and I just really, really, really miss the feeling that it gave being involved in something that's bigger than you. And when I got the chance to go again in the February trip, I was enveloped with undescribable joy to be able to participate into that again. And and for that's really changed my life, and I'm really, really appreciative of what this organization offers to Urbana High School, and it gives you a place where you can be completely compassionate and carry out the acts of selflessness. So thank you so much. And next is Brock.
Well, there we go. My bad. Sorry. So I'm Brock. I'm a junior. I started doing Habitat earlier this year, and I had a very positive experience on a build outside of the Mississippi Delta, and it was like very profound and fulfilling work, and I really made me want to go back to it. So I went into my Mississippi experience like expecting like, oh, this is going to be great, and I'm going to do so much, and then I was completely like blindsided by like the sort of environment that it creates for you to build connections with people, because it's a complete reset of the normal social environment that you're familiar with, and there's all these like faces and names that you sort of take for granted, and then you become so much more like acquainted and familiar with on a way that like it's really hard to articulate, because it's like super very like on an emotional level rather than something that you get in your routine of like a normal day to day. And I think everyone here would agree that like going to the Delta changed their life. It's a very powerful experience, and I really don't think I'm ever gonna forget it. Like I didn't spend many days there, but it was like insane. It's gonna define the rest of the time I'm alive on this planet. After me is Hazel.
Hi, my name is Hazel. I'm a junior at Urbana, and I learned a lot from traveling to the Mississippi Delta this past February, but I think most of all, I learned the significance of the choices we make. I think I used to be somewhat nihilistic and skeptical of the idea that any one of us could actually make an impact, but after spending a whole week living and working in a community of people whose lives had been changed by the work that we were doing, I realized that we really can make a positive difference when we put the effort in. And I think additionally, living in close quarters with a group of people who, many of which were strangers at the beginning of the trip, and you don't have your phones, and it's, like Brock said, a complete social reset, it becomes clear that the little choices that we make in our day-to-day interactions, from smiles to conversations to chores, have a huge impact on how we build connections and relationships and a more compassionate world overall. So thank you. And after me is Joseph.
All right, I don't think Joseph can make it, so I'm just going to close this out really quick by saying thank you again. These are our kids, so we have a building full of more of them and a district full of more of them, and I just want to say that this is just glimpses of what this trip means. Please look at the packets and the letters that they wrote and all the things that they did outside of what they just talked about. But as an educator, this is a reminder to me of why we're here. And it's really the heart of what public education can be. So as a school board, I just want to say thank you for supporting this, and any other type of experience like this, experiential education. Oh, Joseph's here. Come here, Joseph. Joseph's going to say this thing really quick. Okay. Yeah, you sit here. Joseph's great.
Hello, board. Sorry, I know I'm a little bit late, but my name is Joseph Butts. I had the privilege of going on the trip for November this year and November last year, and it's just been an amazing experience for sure. One of my best, not even one of my best, the best experience that's happened to me during my time at Urbana High School for sure. I'm very grateful to Mark and Laura for having us come. It's an amazing, amazing opportunity. Can't even describe it in words. One particular opportunity that it gave me, my family's from the Delta. My grandparents were from the Mississippi area on my mom's side, and so being able to reconnect with my family's heritage and just connect with that part of me, and seeing people who are going through such struggle that my grandparents know very much well about is I can't even describe it, man. It was very inspirational, very motivational for me to make a change, not just this community, but across the world, across the United States. And yeah, like I said, I just can't thank Mark and Laura enough for letting me have the opportunity. And I feel like there's been during my time at Urbana High School, there's nothing been a better thing for me to do for my community and for myself than the trip. So, yeah.
All right. Okay, so thank you, and yeah, just leaving us with the idea that maybe your whole night could be like this. Like, let's do this all the time. It would be great. Okay, thank you.
We'd love that. Thank you. Our last recognition for tonight are our unsung heroes.
As we're getting our video ready, and our students, our scholars who are exiting the building, we have adult scholars behind us who have been nominated to be the 2025 Unsung Heroes. This year, we had more nominations than we've had the past 6 years. And it was a really difficult process to be able to select the group that stands before us. And so, first of all, thank you so much for coming. Thank you for bringing family and friends. And this is an opportunity. We don't always get to recognize the good work that 1,100 staff members do. So please take that in mind, that we have 1,100 staff and that we have maybe 30 on our unsung hero list, which is a huge accomplishment, and you should be really proud. So, John, I don't know, are we still waiting on the video? Are you ready? So we're gonna play the video, and then I'll come up and pass out awards. Actually, if you're here when your picture pops up, you should stand up. Yeah, Connie, stand up. I thought I saw Monica. Yes, Monica's here. Yay. Kobe, I'm sorry I missed you. Don't worry, I'm going to recognize you later. Jackson, you should stand up longer than that. Come on, Sharon. Stand up. Sharon. Jessica was nominated by 3 staff members at Thomas Paine. Congratulations, Jessica. Yay, Sam. All right, I have to carry this around so that the listening people can hear the audience. So if our unsung heroes could come up here and stand and face Dr. Ivory Tatum, we'd like to take a picture for social media purposes. You look great. You have a lot of people here supporting you. So Kobe was the second one recognized, and Kobe's going to be our head custodian at Leo next year. Would you raise your hand because you didn't get a chance to stand up? So come on up, friends. We might need to squeeze in, do a double row. If we can have the people that are about my height maybe come in the middle a little bit. Or yeah, that's great too. If you are flexible enough to do what Mr. Espinoza is doing, that would be, yeah. All right. Can we come up? Miss Y, I'm so glad that you are here because I have been. All right, Sharon, come on. Billy, come on. All right, can you get it? You guys look great. Some of our faces up here, thank you. Some of our faces up here have been nominated in years past as well. That truly speaks to what kind of human you are. So we're going to have pass out some plaques. Brandon McFarland is here, our recruitment and retention coordinator. Is he still here? Okay. And then Marianne is also going to help pass out. All right, Gina's absent. Kobe, come on up. Yes. Connie. Congratulations, Kobe. Here's Connie. Monica. Jackson. I don't think Debbie Curtis was here. I didn't see her. Let's see. Okay. Bernice is not here. JJ is not here. David, congratulations. Oh, sorry. Miss Green. Sharon. Maribel. Jessica. I don't think Rachel was here. I didn't see her stand up. Sam. Obama. Maggie. Jen Robinson. I didn't see her. Okay. Karen. Yeah, thanks. Connor. Matt. Tanya. Miss White. Yep. Miss Wilson. Is Miss Wright here? I didn't see her come in. I just wanted to double check. And always at the end with that Y, Billy's retiring at the end of this school year, but that doesn't mean that you still don't get to earn this because I can see that you're still going to come back to help us. So, Mr. Billy Young, congratulations. Thank you all so much for coming. If you don't want to stay for the whole meeting, this is a great time to exit and go celebrate. You're also welcome to stay for our agenda, which will go for a long time.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
We'll give the room a minute to reset here. Okay. That was fun.
So So as our unsung heroes are exiting, just so that the board knows, this award is peer nominated, so their colleagues have nominated them, which makes it more special too.
Also, while the crowd is exiting, if anybody wishes to make a statement before the board tonight during citizen statements, there are goldenrod sheets in the back of the room. If you just fill one out and add your name to it, hand it to our recording secretary, Lori Johnson, we can add you to the list of people who wish to address the board this evening. Okay.
Doing it early helps. Doing it earlier, not the last minute.
Okay. All right, thank you. Okay, one last call. Does anybody wish to address the board this evening? Lori, is anybody turn to forms? Okay. So there are no citizen statements this evening. Moving on to our student ambassador report.
Okay. First of all, I just wanted to make it aware that it's Teacher Appreciation Week. So don't forget to show our teachers appreciation for all the hard work that they do through the school year, but also through the summer to prepare for the new school year. So I just wanted to say that because our teachers do really do a lot for our students. This Friday, May 9th, senior class is hosting an outreach fair across door 1 on Iowa Street. We're going to have food trucks, games, different clubs and people from the community out. And also DJ Fireproof will be there. If you don't know Fireman Phil, he's retired now, but he DJs for events, so he will also be there. And it's open to the community, so not only high schoolers, but anybody can come and see what we have to offer. Also this Friday, right after, is Jazz Cafe. It's going to be in the high school commons. It is free, but there's a suggestion donation if you're able to. There's going to, I believe, UMS and UHS are both playing jazz bands there, so it'll be a really fun night. And then there's a whole lot of other concerts just in the music department. So May 7th, which is this Wednesday, UHS orchestra is having their concert from 7 to 8:30 in the auditorium. May 12th is the UHS band, same time, same location. May 13th, 7th, and 6th and 7th choirs are having their concert in the cafetorium. May 15th is the UHS choir concert from 5 to 6:30 in the auditorium. 6th and 7th grade band and orchestra are also having their concert the same time or same day, but from 7 to 8:30 and the UMS cafetorium. And then May 20th, 8th grade band, orchestra, and choir are having their concert 7 to 8:30 in the UMS cafetorium. So show our music department some support. I'm sure they would love it for their end of the year concerts. I know it's going to be a fun time. Next slide. Right. Oh, and then most recent student leader meeting, Mr. Guzman and I talked, and there have been changes made to classes, so they were able to offer classes that were talked about at the last meeting. So they have been worked out. If your students are saying otherwise, please contact me so we can work that out, because as of right now, they have made changes to work those in for those students. Thank you.
Thank you. You guys always do such a fantastic job. It's now time for board reports. Anybody wish to give a board report this evening? I guess I want to give one. I want to offer a special thank you to Sitlali for serving here. These past 2 years, you provided a voice for people who don't feel they have power to be here. You ask great questions, and you put in a ton of time and effort, especially considering everything that's going on in your personal life. So just want to thank you for being here, Tori. It's hard for me to really emphasize how much your wit, your wisdom, and your work ethic are going to be missed in this board. I'm especially going to miss somebody calling me out when I need to be called out. You can still do that, by the way, even though you're not on the board.
Yeah.
So I just want to thank you both for your service here.
Yep, thank you.
Another like real topic that we need to discuss is we did not get an application for Subdistrict 6. So we need to discuss how to proceed on that as a board. I would like to hear your opinions, but I would recommend opening up for another 3 weeks. We have 45 days to fill the seat before the regional office just picks somebody for us.
45 days from what day?
Today.
From today.
I do have something to say. Okay.
Go ahead.
And this is just on a personal note. I sent that email to you because I'm not so sure I'm gonna stop crying myself today, but I want to read it. It's okay for you guys?
Of course.
I just want to thank you and thank all the administration staff. This has been a really great opportunity for me to grow personally and professionally. I feel like when I came here, I have no idea what was about it. The expectations were very high and I was feeling very intimidating, and I think all of you really helped me to understand the process, and also it helped me to see both sides as a parent and as a school board. I know the job you guys do is amazing. It's a lot more than people really see. All those emails that we receive, all those questions in the community is really training to be outside, and people just come to you and say, hi, I have a question for you. Like, I don't know if I can respond, I don't know. I never imagined that was that intense. So the fact that you guys are keep doing it, wow. You have my admiration. I also want to thank my husband that he is in the public, because without his support by taking care of our 2 little ones, I couldn't do what I do outside, and I'm really thankful for that, and for my in-laws as well. I finally want to apologize to those who felt that I did not represent them or fight for their interests. I recognize that I could have been more involved, and that some of my votes did not meet their needs. And I know I have a long way to go on this learning journey, and I think that this is the best version of myself, but I know because of this opportunity, I have learned more how to protect, how to fight, and how to express my voice and use my voice for the ones who cannot. I'm really thankful that now we have subtitles in Spanish in the YouTube channel, so thank you for that. It's a little win that I have for this, so I just want to say thank you to everybody.
Can I say, Silali, you should not feel at all like you did not serve your constituents. And you have been a very proud parent here. I think that is, when I look at you and hear your questions, I hear them from a parent perspective, and we need that. We need board members who are parents, who are in schools and know what the day-to-day life is like in schools, and you did that very, very well. So you represented all of our parents in way beyond what you probably even know. So I wanted to say thank you. So don't you at all feel like you don't apologize, because you have done a fantastic job.
Well, okay, back in December, the date was December 4th, 2018. I had watched the school board meeting on TV from home, and I was impressed by someone who spoke so eloquently and honestly about the needs of students. And I think possibly it was a conversation about SRO in the schools. That woman was Tori, and as predicted, her leadership has made quite a difference for our students in our schools. She knows the students' schools in our community well and has been a great resource for the board. I will miss her ability to understand the issues that the board is facing, as well as her ability to communicate with the board, administration, teachers, students, and families. Good luck to you with your next projects, and please answer your messages, because I want to check in with you from time to time still. And then Sitlali, I know you will continue to pursue many of your personal goals and professional goals, and I hope that you continue to reach every goal that you set for yourself. Thank you for your honesty and for speaking up to express the changes that you wanted to see in our community. I also want to thank Paul for leading the board this past year, again, to address some very difficult challenges that we have had, and knowing that it's going to get worse, and making decisions for the school district while facing the unknown regarding what is going to occur at the federal level is very stressful. I hope your knowledge about school policies and experience will serve us well during these difficult times, and it is to our benefit if you would agree to continue to lead us as president of the board for another year. So, do I still have some time? I've got 3 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're kind of ignoring it tonight. It's all right.
Okay. I just want to say I had another opportunity to visit a program at Yankee Ridge, and it was their STEM program. What was so wonderful, not as well how it was so organized and it's so well attended, and the parents were involved, but to see the University of Illinois become involved too. There were so many students and student clubs that came to lead, and they brought the materials and the activity, and they interacted, and it was such a hands-on, wonderful experience. And it's hard to believe that that community has only been there here for a year, and I looking forward to next year and all the other wonderful things that they will continue to do. And of course, the board wants to appreciate all our teachers who come every day and face the challenges and do the best that they can. And we know that every day is challenging, but hopefully every day is satisfactory as well for them. There's a summer reading program at the library, and it's from May 12th to August 31st. And learn more about the program by going to the library and checking out the books. If a child reads 600 minutes, then they are able to get a free book, and children can select 2 books this summer. And you can't stress more, I can't stress more that summer isn't a time to take off of reading, to take time off of reading. It's crucial to read every day, or to be read to every day, so that children maintain their skills during the summer. It's very important. So please utilize all the services that the library affords to families during the summer.
Thank you. Any other board reports?
Of course, I'm going to say something. I purposely didn't write anything. I didn't want to be super long-winded. I'll say I feel like this has been like the longest 6 years of my life. Not all of it's been bad. I feel like we really accomplished a lot in the last 6 years. There were so many things thrown at us. You know, I started off on the other side of this table, at that table, and those were not good times, and came onto the board. And I just feel like it's been a journey. Let's just say that it's been a journey, but we've accomplished a lot. And I've really enjoyed the people and the relationships that were built. I feel like the board is so diverse now, and there's so many voices that are heard and spoken and represented in our community, and I hope that that continues. I hope that people continue to talk about what's important to them and push forward for good things in our district. Thank you to everyone, from our student ambassadors to our board members to admin. John, I'm going to email you today because I need something. I'll still be around, but I feel like my time here has been well spent, but it is time to do other things, and so thank you.
Thank you, Tori.
So I want to thank Tori personally too. We've been parents in the district together, and doing this at the same time too has been a joy for me. You guys don't know this, but this woman does so many other things outside of her board work and her regular life and job and being a mom and being a family member to her large, loving family. But she's involved in so many organizations, and the amount of time that you've given to the board, and she continues. Her daughter's been out of school now 3 years.
My daughter's in the
back
audience
there,
too.
and she's still
And my
showing
mom.
up in our schools for all kinds of things, and that is just a testament to your commitment to making sure that our schools continue to be wonderful places, and I know you'll continue to do that even from afar.
I'll continue to do
yes,
that.
we're excited. Yes,
And
thank
thanks to my mom and my daughter for coming, and they've always been very supportive and have lent me to the board for lots of hours. So thanks for that.
So I guess
Time to.
time to reorganize the board. I guess it's Laura. Do you want to? Do you have a little?
We have tokens for you guys. Our appreciation. Turn that up. Yeah, you gotta take all your stuff. Yes. So on behalf of the Board of Education, District Administration, and all parents and students, we want to thank you for your service. So I don't know, can we pull the, they get to keep their name tag, but, okay. Oh, she's already given them their plaques. Okay, the boxes. Okay, okay. It's not out. So there's a nice plaque in there to thank you for your service, and of course, flowers. Can you hold both? Okay, and then we'll take a picture. Come up all of them. Okay, Tori, for you, thank you, Silali. Yes, we will be seeing her as a parent for years and years because she's got little ones. And same thing for Tori. That. I know. Thank you both so much. Yes, we appreciate you.
Okay. So now the board is doing its reorganization, which it does, I guess, every other year after an election, so it's kind of a weird process. But the first thing we need to do is basically nominate and select a president and secretary that's going to perform its duties just for the reorganization. So I guess we accepted the nomination from the floor for president pro tem and secretary pro tem just for the reorganization part of our meeting. And then Jennifer nominated me and Sherry to be president pro tem and secretary pro tem. Is there a second for the motion?
Second.
Does anybody else wish to make other nomination? Then all in favor of the nomination on the floor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so Lindsay, come on up. Do we have the oath handy?
Oh, here.
Thank you.
All three, yep. So Lola.
Yeah, so Lola and Jennifer both, since you were elected, you have to be sworn back in.
Sworn back in. Oh, okay.
So just, yeah, I mean, Lindsay, you can go back over there if you wish, next to Jennifer. And then we can teach you how to use these mics, which is actually a trick. Okay. All right, so I can say your name, do solemnly swear.
I, Lindsay Amarabu, do
I, Lola
solemnly
Jones.
swear that I will faithfully.
Okay.
That I will faithfully discharge the duties
That I will
Faithfully discharge the duties
of the office of member of the Board of Education
of the office of member of Board of Education
of Urbana School District 116
of Urbana School District 116
in accordance with the Constitution of the United States,
in accordance with the Constitution of the United States,
the Constitution of the State of Illinois,
the Constitution of the State of Illinois,
and the laws of the State of Illinois,
and the laws of the State of Illinois,
to the best of my ability.
to the best of my ability.
I further swear that
I further swear that
I shall respect taxpayer interests
I shall respect taxpayer interests
by serving as a faithful protector
by serving as a faithful protector
of the school district's assets.
of the school district's assets.
I shall encourage and respect
I shall encourage and respect
the free expression of opinion
the
the
free expression of opinion
by my fellow board members
by my fellow board members
and others who seek a hearing before the board,
and others who seek a hearing before the board,
while respecting the privacy of students and employees.
while respecting the privacy of students and employees.
I shall recognize that a board member
I shall recognize that a board member
has no legal authority as an individual,
has no legal authority as an individual,
and that decisions can be made only by a majority vote at a public board meeting.
and decisions can be made by only a majority vote at a public board meeting.
I shall abide by majority decisions of the board
I shall abide by majority decisions of the board
while retaining the right to seek changes
while retaining the right to seek changes
in such decisions through ethical and constructive channels.
in such decisions through ethical and constructive channels.
As part of the Board of Education,
As part of the Board of Education,
I shall accept the responsibility for my role
I shall accept the responsibility of my role
in the equitable and quality education of every student in the school district.
in the quality, equitable, and quality education of every student in the school district.
I shall foster with the board
I shall foster with the board
extensive participation of the community,
extensive participation of the community,
formulate goals,
formulate goals,
define outcomes,
define outcomes,
and set the course for Urbana School District number 116.
and set the course for Urbana School District 116.
I shall assist in establishing a structure
I shall assist in establishing a structure
and an environment designed
and an environment designed
to ensure all students
to ensure all students
have the opportunity to attain
have the opportunity to attain
their maximum potential through a sound organizational framework.
their maximum potential through a sound organizational framework.
I shall strive to ensure
I shall strive to ensure
a continuous assessment of student achievement
a continuous assessment of student achievement
and all conditions affecting the education of our children
and all the conditions affecting the education of our children
in compliance with state law.
in compliance with state law.
I shall serve as education's key advocate
I shall serve as education's key advocate
on behalf of students
on behalf of students
and our community's school
in our community school
or schools to advance the vision for Urbana School District number 116.
to advance the vision of Urbana School District number 116.
I shall strive to work together
I shall strive to work together
with the district superintendent
with the district superintendent
to lead the school district
to lead the school district
toward fulfilling the vision the board has created,
toward fulfilling the vision the board has created,
fostering excellence for every student
fostering excellence for every student
in the areas of academic skills,
in the areas of academic skills,
knowledge, citizenship, and personal development.
knowledge, citizenship, and personal development.
Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm gonna go.
Okay. Okay. So now that we have a new board, we need a new roll call by the Secretary Pro Tem.
Member Jones? Here. Member Hickson?
Here.
Member Baxley?
Here.
Member Amarabu?
Here.
Member Langendorf here, and President...
Member.
Member, President Pro Tem. Member Pulowski.
Here. So now we have the election of permanent officers to serve 1 year. Is there, I guess, a nomination for the floor for President of the Board?
Nominate Member Pulowski.
I accept the nomination. Does anybody else wish to make a nomination for president? Okay, so I guess we vote then. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Now we will entertain nominations for vice president of the board.
I nominate Member Baxley.
Ben, do you accept?
I accept.
Does anybody wish to make a nomination?
No, I was going to second it. Can I second it?
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, Ben. Now we entertain nominations for secretary. I nominate Sherry Langendorf. Does anybody else wish to make a nomination? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, Sherry. Now, we also need to take a nomination for an officer as Secretary Pro Tem. This is somebody who would serve as secretary in the event that Sherry is not able to make a meeting.
I nominate Member Jones. Sign your name. I accept.
Thank you. Awesome. Anybody else wish to make a nomination? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, thank you. We have officers. Oh, I missed it. Well, it's a term of 4 years for everybody at this point, because we're not in a, this is copied from last year when we were.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, the new seats are all 4, yeah. Yes, it's Ben. Ben. Okay. All right. So it's been recommended by our parliamentarian that we have a official motion to nominate myself as president, Ben as vice president, Sherry as secretary, and Lola as secretary pro tem officially, and then we could all vote after that point. So does somebody wish to make a motion to that effect?
I move to accept the slate of officers.
All right. Is there a second for that motion?
Second.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so I think we've done it correctly and officially now. Our next step is selection of the board recording secretary. That's traditionally been done by Lori, and who's done a fantastic job for us in that regard. So I would personally nominate her for that role. Do you?
Second.
All right. So it's been moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And then our last step is establish regular meeting time, dates, time, and place. We traditionally met the first and third Tuesdays of the month, except we're conflicting with events on the school calendar like spring break, etc. And we've been meeting here and at 6 o'clock, pretty successfully, I think, over the past few years. Right. Yeah, we'll vote on the actual full schedule sometime later this month or early June. But I just want to take, I guess, an informed poll of the bowl if they feel that this place and time still work well for them. Okay. So I guess, do we actually need to move that? No. Okay. This will show up as an official agenda item in June. Okay. I guess moving on, we do have one action item this evening, and that's an administrative personnel item for the assistant principal at MLK School, Tanya Turner.
Yes, Ms. Turner, do you mind coming up to the table as I introduce you? Yeah. Thanks for being here this evening, and we had a little bit longer awards beforehand, so thanks for being patient with us with the little ones. Mrs. Tanya Turner brings 20 years of experience in education as the incoming assistant principal at King School. Tanya began her journey at Parkland College before earning her bachelor's degree in early childhood education from Illinois State University. Her career in special education started at Ludlow Grade School, where she worked with students in grades K-8. While teaching at Ludlow, she earned her master's degree in special education and her endorsement in administration from Eastern Illinois University. After 8 years in the classroom, Tanya transitioned into administration and served as the principal of Ludlow Grade School for 6 years. Mrs. Turner then Mrs. Turner then served at Rantoul Township High School before assuming responsibility as the Director of Special Education and Services for the past 5 years. Mrs. Turner is passionate about advocating for equal opportunities for all students and families, promoting a diverse, inclusive community, and fostering stronger family and community involvement. Away from school, she enjoys spending time with her husband and their 2 children. She also loves working out, traveling, and attending sporting and music events. Mrs. Turner is enthusiastic about the opportunity to work with the district. While Tanya is excited for the challenges ahead, we are thrilled to welcome Mrs. Turner and Mrs. Wong to Urbana and to lead King specifically, pending formal board approval.
Thank you for that introduction. Is there a motion from the floor to accept the personnel item?
So moved.
Second.
Any comments or questions? Roll call, please.
Member Hickson,
Yes.
Member Baxley,
Yes.
Member Amaradu,
Yes.
Member Langendorf, and President Pulowski. Yeah, yes, and President Pulowski.
Yes.
Oh, I missed somebody. Member Jones.
Yes.
Okay.
Motion passes. Congratulations. Welcome to your new role.
Yes, if you don't have to say anything, but if you want to say anything, you can click the button to green on your little microphone. There you go.
I just want to say thank you. Just being here within the first hour of this meeting is a prime example of why I want to be a part of this district. The energy and the excitement that I just saw with the presentations, that is what I want to bring and see. So I'm very thankful to be a part of the district and a part of Dr. King Elementary. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Okay, we do have 3 administrative reports this evening. First one is our SEL adoption report by Ms. Webster.
Good evening, everyone. I am excited to share a quick SEL update. My colleagues in the back told me to make this quick, so I am going to comply with that request. But it is truly my honor. It has been a 2-year process to select a new social emotional learning program for our school district for kindergarten through 12th grade. So I'm going to start with a very brief overview of social emotional learning, of where we started to get us where we are now. So social emotional learning is just the process of, I always just summarize it, of being a good human, of teaching people human interaction skills, kindness, relationship skills, decision making, and being self-aware. So it's not, social emotional learning is not just for children, it's also for adults to help us interact positively with each other. In 2009, our school district purchased the first social emotional learning committee for elementary, which was Second Step. It was purchased for all elementary school teachers. In 2020, as a response to the pandemic and all of the needs that our children, staff, families, et cetera, had, we established a social emotional learning committee to ensure that everyone was engaged in social emotional learning at that time in their hybrid classrooms, and to also ensure that everyone was getting the skills and strategies that they needed to cope during that time. We adopted principles in every building to ensure social emotional learning was taking place. We established our first meeting on July 22nd, 2020. So we started in the summer and have gone strong all the way up to the present day. Staff members in Urbana Early Childhood all the way through Urbana High School received a job description and were asked to join the Social Emotional Learning Committee. It has continued to be a stipend position that staff members have been able to apply for and to receive a stipend. This committee created our district's social emotional learning vision, mission, and belief statement in 2021 and 2022. Our social emotional learning vision statement is all students, early childhood through adult education, will utilize social emotional and academic skills in order to become resourceful and resilient lifelong learners. And our mission statement is we provide a nurturing, safe, and inclusive learning environment in which we cultivate resourceful, resilient citizens by teaching social, emotional, and academic skills. And then we have 3 belief statements that just summarize our vision and mission. A brief overview, I've talked about our SEL committee. We also started the Social Emotional Learning Spotlight, which is a newsletter that goes out monthly to all of our staff that gives them strategies to support their adult social emotional needs, as well as strategies they can use in the classroom, and motivational music and tips just to highlight their days and their month. The Social Emotional Learning Committee also created the SEL Playbook, which is a book of strategies to provide staff members with resources and information about how to embed social emotional learning into their classrooms on a daily basis. The first International Social Emotional Learning Day was on March 27, 2020. Our SEL committee decided in 2023 to make it a week because we wanted to make sure that we celebrated the power of social emotional learning in Urbana School District. So we have done that for our Social Emotional Learning Week celebrations since 2023, and we will continue. In 2023, also, we started the process of looking for a new social emotional learning curriculum for our district, early childhood through high school. We wanted to have one program because up until that point, we had second step at the elementary level, positive action, and different pieces of things at the middle school level, and the high school was doing a variety of things that, you know, were developmentally appropriate. But we wanted to ensure that we had language, skills, and strategies that were consistent early childhood through high school. So in 2023, we started looking for programs. We did some research. I talked to some people in Bloomington, Decatur, and around who have adopted programs. We looked on CASEL, the Collaborative Academic Social Emotional Learning site, for a list of programs that would fit our district's need. The SEL committee members, we sent it out to everyone district-wide, families, staff, et cetera, to ask them to join our curriculum committee. It was a volunteer basis. There were no stipends involved, but we had several people who did volunteer. They volunteered through Google Form. Family liaisons reached out to families. Staff members reached out to families. One of our parents put it in the Parent Advisory Facebook group because we wanted to make sure that we had an inclusive group to help us select a program that was reflective and supportive of our entire committee. So as a response to that, we received responses from 29 staff members, 4 family members, and 1 community member. The committee agreed to meet 5 times virtually on Thursdays from 4 to 5, and the committee members discussed the value of social emotional learning, curriculum needs in Urbana, what we thought was important for Urbana to have, imperative components of social emotional learnings, and then we also created in the committee a needs assessment that we sent to staff and families because we didn't want to just make that decision on our own. We wanted everyone to tell us, what do you want the program to look like? What works best for our students, our staff, and our families? Because again, social emotional learning is not just for children. As we went through the program, we looked at programs. We were looking for programs in Spanish and French, and of course English. Unfortunately, we were unable to locate any programs in French. We did look high and low, but there were none that were available. So we did eliminate any programs that were not in Spanish. So then we focused on Spanish and English because, again, we wanted to be as reflective of our population as humanly possible. After we eliminated those, we invited companies. We got down to 5 companies that we did invite to come to our meetings. They were all virtual to talk to us about their program, the scope and sequence, and each company that we were considering gave the teachers a free pilot license that they were able to try it out in their classroom to get a feel for it. That also helped us eliminate another program because the Spanish was not authentically translated, so that took that program out. And then we ended up with 3 programs to choose from: 7 Mindsets, Inner Explorer, and Second Step. This school year, we asked staff members to volunteer to pilot all 3 of those programs in their classrooms. Again, we wanted people to have an opportunity to engage in the text with their students. We didn't want to just buy a program that we thought worked. We wanted something that fit our students and our teachers knew worked well for our students. We had 124 staff members who signed up to pilot, 53 for 7 Mindsets, 40 for Inner Explorer, and 35 for Second Step. If you are a mathematician, you know those numbers do not add up. Some staff members piloted 2 programs because they really wanted to make sure they had the best fit for their staff. So throughout the year, we had optional monthly check-ins. Everyone that was piloting the program, we had a meeting with the pilot, with the company's representative. Any teacher who wanted to come, it was not required, but anyone that wanted to come to talk about the program, to ask questions, to get input, to get tips on how to use the program better, and to share honest feedback of things that weren't working for our students. That's what we did during that time. During those monthly check-ins, we used some of those notes, some of the feedback from surveys to eliminate the program InterExplorer. InterExplorer did not have enough information for our students, and I think I have that here. Here we go. And some of the things that teachers said, that it didn't have enough discussion and not enough activities. It was mainly mindfulness-based, but it didn't teach the skills and strategies that our students needed. And all of these responses are from teachers who did pilot them in their classrooms. So we tried to make sure that we got as much feedback as possible. And also to ensure, before we made a final decision, on April 7th, we invited our final two companies, 7 Mindsets and Second Step, to come to Urbana in person and present about their programs. We invited everyone, community members, families, students, staff, to come because we wanted people to have an opportunity to hear it from the representatives, to have time to ask questions, and to see the program. All of the programs we're looking at are digital. So they showed us examples digitally of the programs. In attendance, we had 7 staff members, 3 parents, and 2 parents who are also staff members. After that meeting, we had a teacher who came, who was in the office, who was in the audience, who wants to remain nameless, but she was very helpful in helping us make the final decision. Second Step did not have Spanish all the way through high school completely translated. We did not want to select a program that was not completely translated and ready to go in Spanish. So that was the determining factor, because it was 50-50 from the surveys, the feedback, and input between the two. But the determining factor was that we didn't have Spanish available yet at the high school level. It was K through 12. It was in the process. But again, we don't want to purchase something that is not completely fit for our children. So 7 Mindsets will be our program for the 2025-2026 school year. We will have professional development opportunities this summer for staff members to learn more about the platform, to learn about the 7 Mindsets, and to prepare for the upcoming school year. The 7 Mindsets are: everything is possible, passion first, we are connected, 100% accountable, attitude of gratitude, live to give, and the time is now. If you want resources, additional resources about the programs, they are linked in the presentation that you can go to the 7 Mindsets website. The 7 Mindsets brochure and booklet have been linked here just to give you a brief overview of what we will be working on next year with our students. And 7 Mindsets will be used kindergarten through 12th grade. We initially did want a program that was early childhood through 12th grade. However, it just was not developmentally appropriate for our early childhood students. Because 7 Mindsets is digitally based, there's not enough time in their day and their minutes that they can have electronic devices. It didn't work for them. And we did have them pilot a program. The 7 Mindsets reps were in the area in Decatur. They came, they did a lesson at early childhood in a teacher's classroom. So it was a very good experience for the reps and for the teacher to see that it just was not going to be the fit. So we'll continue to use Second Step for early childhood because it is still a box curriculum and is what they need at that grade level. The district character traits coming up for social emotional learning, we will discontinue the district character traits. They were part of our 2011 strategic plan, and they will be replaced with Portrait of a Graduate indicators, which will be discussed later this evening. The social emotional learning competency of the month that we focused on for the last several years will be replaced with a mindset of the month from 7 Mindsets. And zones of regulation will no longer be required to teach self-management and self-awareness skills. It will be optional, but we will teach those skills and strategies in 7 Mindsets. If people still want to use the zones of regulations, they are welcome to, but we are not going to make it a requirement with the new program coming in and other opportunities coming up. I know that was quick, but I want to be respectful of everyone's time. Does anyone have any questions?
I have a question.
Go ahead.
I know you had the breakdown of how many people had done the pilot of each different program. When you had the first 3, do you have the breakdown of like elementary, UMS, UHS? Like, was it distributed evenly so that, because I know like, I just want to make sure that it's like going to be important for high schoolers, because I feel like social emotional learning is really important and something that a lot of high schoolers need. So I just wanted to know if you had the breakdown of
Oh,
that.
I do. I can't rattle it off for you, but I
Okay.
have it.
Okay.
But it was voluntary, but I do have it. We had quite a few. It was more special ed and specialists at the high school level because there's not time embedded in the schedule. But we did have quite a few people that did it. But I do have that information that I could share with the entire board. It's broken down by school, teacher, et cetera. You're welcome.
Any other questions?
To piggyback off of that, how is it delivered in the high school to the high school students? And during what classroom or?
Well, the teachers that did the pilot, they made time within their current curriculum time, but next year, they're gonna have some scheduling. I believe it's gonna be starting with freshmen and sophomores. Academy 9 and 10. So they're working on developing a schedule, but this year that was part of the problem is that elementary has a 30-minute set time for SEL. Middle school has the time for their advisory, but the high school schedule, because the curriculum is so rigorous, they had to find time to fit it into the schedule with academics. So they're working on it.
Academy 10 is what, when is that class or?
It's a support for freshmen and sophomores. So Academy 9 is for freshmen. Academy 10 will be for the current students who are in the academy and moving up to sophomore level.
So is that a full period that they have or a? How is it?
The other side of lunch, yes. So we're doing the AB lunch. We're going back to the AB lunch time at the high school.
For the 10th graders?
For-
Okay. I know it's for the 9th graders. Thank you.
Yes,
Okay.
moving up to 10th graders, yes. Yep.
Do we have a plan for juniors and seniors then? Because
So, Mr. Guzman's not here because I would much rather he speak to the plan for juniors and seniors. Our thought was, because we're going to have the portrait, and the portrait does include a couple of the social SEL competencies, and they're going to be learning these competencies from kindergarten through 10th grade. We felt like as a junior and senior, hopefully by the time you're a junior, you have learned what it means to be, you've learned your 7 mindsets and what it means to be self-aware and manage your SEL needs. But if not, there will also be other supports at the high school to kind of work with the students who have not learned those social skills by the time they're a junior. Yep.
Anyone else? I just one question with regards to the financial obligation to the district. Is there?
Yes, it is costly. I will be perfectly honest. I don't have the exact numbers in front of me, but we could share it with you. And it's an annual cost. So we did work on eliminating any extra bells and whistles, but we're focusing on the basics that we need to get started. But there is a cost, and it'll be an annual cost because it's digital.
And covered through Title I grant funds.
Okay. All right, well, that helps. Well,
Thank you.
next report is for the Equity Action Plan report.
All right, good evening. I'm Chastity Beckless, Director of Equity and School Improvement, and I will be going over our Equity Action Plan update today. And I also brought some students with me who I'll let introduce themselves.
Hello, I'm Noah Hamilton. I'm a senior at UHS.
Hello, I'm Jalen Johnson. I'm also a senior at UHS.
I'm Hillary Allen, and I am the teacher sponsor of the Student Equity Committee.
Thank you. Pass this clicker, Jalen. Okay, so one of the things that rolling into this new position, we had an equity audit a few years ago, and you all will kind of see how we're weaving this into strategic planning later. But we just want to give an update since we've been doing work throughout the year. I've sent newsletters as well throughout the year, so you've kind of seen some updates there as well. And some of you are part of our district equity leadership team, and so you've come to some meetings with us throughout this year. One thing I want to note on this, when I think about equity in my position specifically connected to school improvement, I think about educational equity. So our students feeling like they're in inclusive environments, getting provided resources, are we eliminating barriers for our students, and are we differentiating instruction? And so to the left, if you see, there are 5 strands that we've talked about through the year, so I won't spend too much time on it, but they are here to support the student voice strand along with me. And so I'm gonna give them the opportunity to answer some questions. They're a little nervous, but we prepped outside and they're gonna be great. I've gotten the opportunity to work with them well this year. This is the UHS, again, sponsored by Miss Hillary Allen, who's amazing, works with the students, and we brought them to a few of our student voice meetings with my group, and they've really shared, and then I come to their meetings and their meetings that they have with administration at the high school as well. Okay, so on the slide, you can kind of read through what were some of our goals in student voice this year, but really providing spaces for student voices to be heard in order to create more positive culture and climate that celebrates and empowers students. So this was like multifaceted because it was primarily focused at the secondary level. So we looked at what was going on in UMS, UHS. A lot of our time this year was spent with creating some mentoring pieces for Manifest and Deity at UMS, so 6th and 7th grade students, and those students were like targeted based off of data, and teachers recommended them well, just needed more SEL, explicit instruction, and being empowered to feel authentically themselves. So we would have lunch with those students weekly. Then we started a twice a week after school program with those students as well. So this is the UHS arm with the UHS equity group. And they started when, Miss Allen, what, do you know when this year you all kind of started? Around January. Okay, so around January. So since then, lots of work, but part of it was really making sure that we hear student voice. And as you can tell, we have some of our seniors. We do have sophomores and juniors who are part of the group too, who couldn't be here, but we're working on them passing the torch. We'll be at the outreach thing on Friday with a table as well. And so they have some recruitment things coming up next week to get more students involved that I'm sure they're happy to talk about, right, Noah? Yes. You saw his smile. So I am going to give it over to them. And the first question, I gave the students 3 kind of talking points. And so the first question, however they feel they want to answer it, do you feel like your voice influences decision at your school? Why or why not?
I'll go ahead and answer this question. So I strongly believe that my voice does influence decisions, and I think it's because of the interconnectedness with the groups and the committees at UHS. So today we have our president from Student Council, along with our president from Student Senate, Ms. Johnson. And I think also on the board, we have a lot of representatives from a diversity of groups, like African American Club or different sports, you name it, basically anything's there. All of it kind of floods and circles back to that table, and we get to talk about what issues need to be addressed and what we're passionate about, that we want to see some change at UHS. So it's interconnectedness. Yeah, that's it.
Okay. Thank you, Noah. The next one, what changes would you make for the learning environment to make it more equitable and inclusive for everyone?
I will go ahead and answer this. I think my main thing, looking at Urbana as a whole, is I would try to make it more equitable and inclusive for more people who look like me and other of my peers in the Student Equity Committee, on the basis of giving them the resources and opportunities to allow them to be in more challenging classes. Like when I look around on most of my AP classes, I don't see a lot of people of color, as well as incorporating more teachers and mentors who look like me as well. And I think that if more students of color are receiving the proper guidance and support to be able to receive more opportunities, it would gravely benefit them in terms of knowledge, scholarships, or even just putting them or guiding them in the direction to take more challenging classes that will allow them to reach their goals in life or follow their path that they want to do career-wise, because a lot of these AP classes really set you up for greatness. And I want more people like me and Noah to take a chance and really try, because they're not that hard, guys. You can do it.
All right.
You can do it.
Okay, the last question, and everybody's going to chime in, including Miss Allen.
Yeah.
Can you share an example of a time you felt seen, heard, or supported, or a time when you didn't?
I will actually start with this one. As being the president of my senior class, me and Sitlali, we have had numerous meetings with our principal, Mr. Jesse Guzman, and we have brought up numerous issues, including the sanitation of the bathrooms, the quality, the doors don't work all the time. But since like August through now May, there have been significant improvement, and I really think that our administration is really putting in the effort this year to help and work with the student body and our voices to really make change heard. So that's really feel seen in the high school is our collaboration with Mr. Guzman.
I will just add, as the sponsor of this student equity group, that it's been an amazing experience to see these students learn leadership skills. We recently drafted emails to administration together and just learning different skills with that. We have been working on more equitable treatment between athletes and non-athletes. And in that process, we have had our voice heard and also had our voice not heard. But again, it's a good learning experience for them. And we will continue to do that work. And it isn't easy, but we do feel heard and we are learning a lot.
I'd like to add one last thing. So there was an example between the administration and our committee where I guess we're just trying to, understand each other more, because groups come into disagreements, but I believe that our committee and, our committee and the administration were both realizing that not to be mad at each other, but to be kind of focused on fixing a problem. And I think that the communication that the administration and our committee are involved in are really helping us when it comes to resolving these issues.
Okay, does anybody have any questions for our students up here before I dismiss them?
Board members, any questions?
I always come prepared with my questions. So obviously there's only a small group of you here to represent, but was like the plan to include Latino and Asian voices?
All right, I can go ahead and answer that question. So we are working, making efforts for next year to include a variety of voices. Like I said earlier, the interconnectedness, just the fact that information flows through people, that's helping right now with the issues that we're having this semester. But next semester, we are definitely hoping to get just more diversity on our committee. And we kind of already have a little bit of it. We have some Hispanic representation, also some Asian representation from JJ.
We do, yeah.
Yeah, we do. But yeah.
I would say yes, our group is small, but I think we target a lot of the ethnicities and the voice within our school. While we are small, we do have a bunch of people who come from a bunch of different backgrounds, and we are planning ways right now to incorporate and pass the torch on and try to incorporate a lot of more people sooner, like freshmen and sophomores, so they can really help grow their voice within their class and build it up to when they're seniors to see that change. Because us starting as seniors, it's kind of like wow, we have this problem, let's work on it, but we can't really see it be implemented for the next year. So yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
All right, thank you to our students for coming today. Once they get up and dismiss, I'll continue about the equity action plan. All right, and so this was just my strand leader reflection from the winter. We just really wanted to put more emphasis on our Manifest and Deity program and expanding that through after school programming, which we did, and we're excited about seeing how that is cultivated and nurtured for next year as well, and reaching more students. Dr. Wiemelt was in charge of the system strand, and two main goals of that system strand this year was really to create effective classroom and building-wide systems to increase safety and positive culture and climate. I presented to the board a few months ago about our action plan for ISB around our disproportionality. And so part of how we connected those dots is really making sure that the systems groups was also focused on decreasing the disproportionality. The second piece is communicating this equity action plan to all stakeholders. And so ensuring that you all know what our goals are, what's the progress of our goals, and what are things that we're looking forward to as well. The next one was Miss Jessica Bradford. She's back there. She's over teaching and learning. And so two big objectives this year, which you all know with the adoption of a new ELA program. We wanted to make sure that we were implementing that program for reading, and then the math program that we adopted a couple of years ago for that Tier 1 instruction. So making sure that all of our students had access to that grade level rigorous curriculum was important. And we wanted to ensure consistent, reliable, and concise data sharing to identify students who need that additional targeted support. So using M-Class to talk about, okay, these students still need to work on their letters and sounds, and how do we make sure that we increase like intervention time, or that the teacher maybe reviews this information for all students if it's a large population of students in a classroom who are still behind. So really thinking about not just that Tier 1, but students who are struggling to access that Tier 1, what can we do to support them? And then her reflection was really just about continuing that Tier 1 for reading and math, and strengthening that, and making sure that we still had consistent coaching at both levels from our curriculum supports, and then thinking about how we can identify and really work in PLC coaching for math and for middle school. Miss Yvonda Smith was over professional learning, and her objective was providing professional learning opportunities for all staff that support district equity and curriculum initiatives. Oh, I don't know why that went there. Okay, thank you. So we had a district level walkthrough tool that we use to go around classrooms. We also, hopefully it goes to that. We also provided teachers and principals with an kind of equity bias PD slides, and just culture responsive teaching that they can use on their PD structure for like every second Monday of the month. And Yvonne's reflection was they met their goal, but they want to continue to work on really building professional development for the entire staff. So we don't want people opting out of really important professional opportunities. And so how do we make sure that we capture all staff when they're there and really work on those important opportunities for growth for us as a district or within the school? Ms. Webster was over family and community as agency, and her objective was foster welcoming and inclusive environments across the district. And this was winter, so her task progress was about 75%. And this was really about making sure that when we do have things at our school buildings, and so I know, Sherry, you brought up like STEM night, do families and the community partners who came, do they feel welcome? Do they feel like they're included? How are families leaving? How much participation do we get? And so those are big things that Ms. Webster really worked on, of like setting a structure for people to think about and consider, and having surveys around that families could complete as well, to know how what we did, for providing that inclusive and welcoming environment. Okay. Okay, that is the conclusion of this. Next, we'll kind of talk about in strategic planning how some of these are being encompassed within our strategic plan. So we'll try to connect the dots as well, and some work that we still need to do that. Any questions about the equity audit? The last newsletter will come out in the last week of May.
Board members, any questions? I guess one quick one was, where do you think we're like struggling the most, and is there anything like we as a board can do to kind of help support you in rectifying that?
Wow, Paul, that was a loaded question. I was supposed to come prepared for that. I do think one thing I continuously think about is how our children, are we hearing their voices, right? I think that we are very knowledgeable, and a lot of us come from different experiences and have different degrees in particular areas, but how often do we take the time to listen to the students and their experiences, because they're the ones in our buildings every day. And so for me, I'm working to ensure that that stays alive in our strategic planning of student voices, and that the students up here have that they're passing a torch. So we'll have it at the outreach table. We want to have more freshmen, in particular, a part of the UHS equity group. We're kind of revamping another role too. It was at the high school, was called the Minority Enrichment Coordinator, if you all remember that. We're making that more secondary aligned, so 6 through 12. And my goal is that person really supports having more students in AP classes, making sure that they're meeting with their counselors, and also looking at student voice across the board, 6 through 12, not just at the high school, and how can we form those committees sooner. So in 6th grade and 7th grade, I was a part of that committee, so I know what it feels like, and I know what it's like to be a part of something and have a voice, so that by the time I get to high school, I'm prepared and ready, right? It's really about building the capacity of our students. I don't know if it's like you can be helpful there, but I think that elevating our student voices is really important.
Agreed. And thank you for bringing students tonight. It's great to hear from you guys.
Thank you. They were hot back there. They're like, is it our turn? We need a snack. So I just had to. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, great job. Our last report tonight is our strategic planning report.
Well, no, not till your chance time to come up. So we have directors here that I'll invite them up when we get to that section of the clicker. There's a lot of slides, and I don't want to have to tell you to advance every single one. So it'd be great to be able to click as I go. Awesome, thank you. Okay, so let's get started. So as you know, board members know this, so hopefully our community as well knows this. And when we do our board retreats with our IESB person, he always reminds us that the Board of Education goals should be the forefront, which is why I've been including them on our agendas for the last year. I brought them up here as well for a reason. I know our public has seen them a lot, but I wanted to also highlight the bold print is kind of highlighting how not even intentionally, but the board goals are represented, I feel, in a lot of the strategic planning conversations that we had. So the work of student achievement, the dual language specific board goal was intertwined in our professional development and conversations about recruitment and retention. The board's goal, of course, for culture, climate, and community. We have areas of the strategic plan that focus on belonging and stakeholder relationships. Redistricting, the board had a very specific goal about engaging our community around future enrollment planning, but to also make sure we're cultivating diverse and equitable schools. And lastly, involving the community in a long-term facilities plan that will, of course, continue to provide a safe and inviting learning environment is encompassed in our next plan, and fiscal responsibility and heightening the lens of transparency and equity. So I purposefully wanted to share these aloud because I do feel the work that we entered into with our large committee really did bring out some of our Board of Education goals as well. These goals were also part of the binder that our participants in strategic planning received, and so it was good for them to also see how Board of Education goals also reflect in what we're going to be talking about. So fast facts. So Catherine and I have been working on this for a while, and I should say too, Catherine is going to be out for a few weeks, but she is on a leave. So if the board, this is a great time for me to just say, if the board members have communication things, if you could send them to John and I in Catherine's absence. She'll be back about the second week of June. So John and I will be taking the mantle as much as we can in the next few weeks. So Catherine and I have been working on this document for a while. There are often times where I'm asked to go present for different groups or for different organizations. And I've wanted to pull together some really important facts about our community. One reason that we put some of the specific indicators here that are on here is it's important, I think, for us to celebrate the things in our district that are going well as part of our information that we share. But I think one of the key indicators here that I wanted to point out for the room of about 60 some odd people working on the strategic planning, it was really eye-opening, and I don't know that we talk about this enough. Clearly, we don't talk about it enough publicly because most of the people in the room were not aware that we are currently sitting at about 74.8% low income in our district. The community folks in the room were kind of shocked by that when our facilitator shared that that fact, and people were very much like, when did that happen? And our community has changed over time, and I think it's important that we keep that fact out in the forefront as we talk about how diverse our community is and how the work that we're doing is impacting all different student groups, but that our largest group that we are serving right now is a really large group of low-income students. So not that that is good, bad, or in between. It's just an important fact that I have found in the last few weeks as we've been talking to community folks. Not a lot of people realized that that was our current demographic. Our graduation rate, we're going to talk about that goal later, and this slide is very much focused on high school. So I get that, but again, every student in our district starts with us either as a pre-K student or at kindergarten. We even have some students who start with us in the Birth to 3 program, but they all end up at Urbana High School. So I think our goal is to make our high school programming and our that pathway from early childhood, elementary to high school the best that it can be. Yeah.
When you say that 174 students enrolled in college after graduation, what was the number of graduates for that particular year? I mean, what percentage of kids went to college?
Yeah, I was going to say it's usually around 260, 70 student graduates. Yeah. Yep. But I think the other thing to note is we also have a lot of students who are entering the workforce, which is why that statistic is there as well, which was very much a part of the conversations that we had about the Portrait of a Graduate and how different the world is for our graduates today than they were even a few years when my students graduated from Urbana High School. At the bottom, I want to kind of highlight our amazing teachers. Sitlali already said it well. This is Teacher Appreciation Week, and our teachers are a phenomenal, dedicated group of people. And we wanted to highlight not just how many staff members we are, but also how many of them are dedicated to their continuing education. So the fact that almost half of our teachers have master's degrees or higher is a great statistic to share with our community. And again, we are right next door to a wonderful junior college with Parkland College, as well as a Tier 1 land-grant university. And so the fact that our teachers are taking advantage of master's degrees, PhDs, we have teachers that have masters plus 60, we have teachers that have double masters. And the fact that they're taking advantage of the opportunities available to them in the backyard of University of Illinois is something that we should be celebrating. So strategic planning process overview. So this is a photo of, we took this right after lunch. There were a couple people who'd run out and didn't get to make it in the photo. I think our mayor-elect didn't make it into the picture, and a couple other folks, but this is most of the group. And I thought it was important to have a photo so people could see the diversity of the people that were part of this planning, and just the racial diversity, the community diversity, the roles that people played. While everyone came at the strategic plan from their lens, as a group, we really did talk about what was best for the needs of the entire district. So phase 1 was preliminary analysis. I'm not going to go into a lot of detail about a lot of the data slides that you're going to see, because some of the board members have seen that. I just want to highlight the things that you haven't seen. So through a partnership, including staff, students, families, board members, community members, this plan in the last several months reflects our collective work to guide our district in a new strategic plan for for the years of 2025 to 2030. Preliminary analysis phase allowed the district to hear from various stakeholders through discussions about root causes. I think Chastity talking about some of the activities that she's done with her students. We have been talking about strategic planning in a lot of our administrative spaces for the whole year. We have had our program council meetings focused on district data this year, with a very intentional plan of incorporating the conversations that we've had with our teachers into this process as well. So we were able to identify common priorities, positive strengths, and opportunities for growth. The goal was to create a focused, detailed, and actionable plan that aligns work across the district. The planning facilitators and members of the district leadership team looked at data throughout the year related to supporting outcomes for students, staff, families, the community, and of course, lastly, district operations. So what were our goals? The folks kind of planning this from behind the scenes, which is mostly our district administrators, our leadership team, and our building administrators who were part of some of the planning processes at our just the conversations. So starting with the data, we wanted to make sure that we grounded our work in objective fact-based data. You'll see in the slides, basically every single slide that you had in your packet was shared with our community, which was hard to share. Some of the data that some of our parents and community folks saw, I think, shocked them a little bit. But it was important for them to have a true picture of our true story of where we are as a district. Engaging stakeholders for meaningful impact. So stakeholder input was important in this process from start to finish, and very meaningful to the conversations that we had in the 2 days that we were together, but also all the days leading up to that. The goal was to create a new mission statement, a new motto, and new values. Identify the focus priority areas that will help align our efforts across the district, and then to create SMARTY goals. And if the board or those listening aren't familiar with Smarty goals. They have kind of taken over in this more equitable environment from SMART goals, which have been around for a long time. So a Smarty goal is strategic or specific. People kind of use those S's interchangeably. Measurable, ambitious yet achievable, realistic, time-bound, inclusive, and equitable. Our goal was to create not just goals for the next 5 years, but to also create an indicator for next year, which we call a key performance indicator goal, a KPI. You'll hear us use that acronym a lot over the next year. And so the team created a 5-year goal and a 1-year goal, and there was a lot of conversations around action steps and strategies. We didn't include those in the presentation because the groups that met and kind of did that brainstorming during those 2 days were smaller groups, and we want to have more voice in that process, and so I'll talk about that later in the presentation. We'll be opening up strategic planning strands for anyone in the community to join, and that is where we'll kind of fine-tune those strategies and action steps a little further with more voices. So phase 2 was community engagement. So the community engagement phase allowed the district to hear from just a variety of people, and including talking about that root cause that I brought up earlier. Collecting feedback for the strategic plan was a collective effort that really valued the input of all of our stakeholders, and the inclusive approach that we want to take moving forward. So here are just some examples of the engagements. We had a survey. The goal was to have another survey. We just ran out of time. So we really wanted to have one and then offer another one, but we just didn't have enough time to make that happen. So we did have almost 300 responses from the first engagement. There were a lot of little small group meetings where we included different groups. So I just participated in lots of spaces where we just had a lot of variety of people there, whether it was through Portrait of a Graduate or through going to an advisory committee meeting or just having informal conversations with, like Chastity talked about, a lot of the committees that are happening throughout the district, getting people's input in those ways. I also attended a French Bilingual Parent Advisory Committee meeting, a Spanish Bilingual Parent Advisory meeting. I was unable to reschedule the Special Education Advisory meeting. We had to cancel because of snowstorm night, and then we didn't get it rescheduled. But I'm still planning to go and meet with those folks after the board approves this, so I can go and talk with them before school is out or soon about how the plan reflects the goals for our student services students. And then, of course, the program council group. There were community listening sessions set up around our elementary schools. Most of the people participating in those were parents. We did have a few staff members at 1 or 2 of them and a couple community people. But most of the folks who came out to those listening sessions identified as parents on their sign-in sheets. And then our Portrait of a Graduate design team, which included a wide variety of different stakeholders. And then, of course, the strategic planning design team as well. So that link there, I don't know if the board looked at that, but it is a live link so others can click on it. It is actually the presentation that I shared when I went to every listening session that had the engagement results survey data. I'm going to just go through very quickly for the board because the board had not seen that presentation yet. So these slides represent a few highlights. And these slides are also what was shared with the strategic planning team, so they also had that information. So the 299 folks who completed the survey were mostly parents and staff members. Some of the areas that staff really indicated were needed in our schools moving forward were reading interventionists at the K-3 level, more social workers, and more math teachers. Some of the additional support groups, student groups that were mentioned that needed priority were our ELL students, our English language learners, our students with special needs, our advanced learners, and our students that are experiencing homelessness. Out of this group of folks, mostly parents and staff members who completed the survey, safety was an area of concern. That was pretty much any open-ended question where people could talk about what their concerns were or opportunities of growth for the district. Safety was one of the things that was mentioned. Curriculum improvements were often suggested, specifically science, curriculum for social studies and science at the middle school, and that the district needed more curriculum for students with different learning styles. As you know, we've adopted an English language arts, Spanish language arts, math, and now SEL curriculum. And people noted it's great that we have new curriculum for literacy and math, but we can't forget about science and social studies. Communication was a recurring theme, and you'll see later we have a communication goal because of that. Our parents who participated really called for a unified and consistent system for communicating with their teachers. Better access to curriculum information for parents, and that universal communication theme really was something that was carried through several different conversations and in different spaces. And just to give you an example, so I'm going to go back to that. So at one of the very early sessions, we had a family, and I won't say what school they were from, but they had a second grader who had been in the district since she was 3 as an early childhood student, and there was a mom and dad who were there together, and they talked about this at length, and they basically said every year that their daughter had been in our schools, they've had to download a different app or learn a different app. And the dad was just so it was actually kind of funny. He said, "We'll do whatever you want us to do, just please tell us. We just want to do one thing. We don't want to learn Remind, Clever, Seesaw, Class Dojo." And so that theme from the very first listening session meeting kind of carried on throughout. Some strengths, we've talked about this at the board level. Diversity is cited as a strong strength for our district. Communication was generally positive, but there's some areas of communication that we will talk about later. Dedicated and caring teachers are appreciated. Extracurricular activities are valued. The dual language program was seen as a strength. A welcoming and inclusive environment was often mentioned, and the new ELA curriculum was seen as strong. There were a lot of comments from parents around the fact that they were glad to see a new ELA/SLA curriculum. Challenges and concerns. Literacy continues to be a concern, but some people very specifically talked about middle school literacy. There continues to be an achievement gap between our students of color and their white and Asian peers. So later on, when we talk about priority groups, you'll see that a lot of the conversations that happened during strategic planning really focused on our priority groups that are not excelling or that are not growing at the rate that their white and Asian peers are. So when we talk about students of color, I know our Asian students are often our students of color, but when we talk about it in this way, we're specifically talking about our Black and Latino students. The focus on academics sometimes overshadows students' other needs. So there were comments about mental health as well. Inconsistent instruction and lack of support for teachers were noted. The inconsistent instruction comment was, and we heard these in person too, for some parents, they noted that it depends on who your teacher is year to year, on whether or not your student is making great gains or growing. And that could be for lots of reasons, right? That didn't come out in the survey as much, but it did come out in person. You know, if I'm a first year teacher and I'm learning and I need a lot of support, you know, it may not have been a really productive year for that particular student, but the next year I might be with a veteran teacher who has been teaching for a long time, and you can see the difference. And I think some of this was also related to student behavior and how some teachers are just master behavior managers and some are not. The overuse of technology is mentioned in the survey. We relied a lot on Chromebook use when we came back from the pandemic, and there were comments in the survey around maybe we're relying a little bit too much on Chromebooks sometimes. Staffing issues, including shortages and turnover, continue to be something that were noted, but we are really feeling like we're coming out of that, at least right now in our, I'm looking at Angie, but in our current hiring season, we're filling way more positions this time of year than we have in the past. Discipline and behavior were mentioned as significant challenges in lots of spaces. And when I say spaces, I mean in person as well as in this survey. So these are the results from the survey. Challenges, mental health needs are increasing. Class sizes are seen as too large, although we do have a couple classes at elementary where that's the case, but for the most part, redistricting really did help that. A lack of trust exists between the community and the district, and that comment in the survey was, people talked about the way Wiley was communicated. They talked about the sixth grade center and the facilities committee and how that happened. And there is still some concern from some regarding the sixth grade center. Is it going to be as much of a benefit as we hope it will be? And people expressed that in their survey comments. Some people were, like, okay, it's done. The sixth grade center is happening no matter what, but hopefully we can still get positive outcomes from it. So I think some people have moved on and are looking forward to the future, and then there's some who are still expressing concerns about it. And then there were people in the survey who talked about the property taxes, which I don't completely have control over. So there we go. Common themes from the small groups and our focused kind of engagement groups. So this is information that came out from more so the listening sessions. So that those first themes I shared were from the survey, and now we're moving into those in-person conversations that we had with people, mostly parents, but a few staff members who came. Communication between school and families was a significant theme, and you can see that again, this is talking about apps, email, flyers. Catherine was part of the strategic planning. She led a group about communication, and she did a very thorough deep dive into our analytics, and so it was really interesting to see how many parents have blocked us, don't get our emails, how many parents don't get our phone calls, and then how many families we have that don't have an email on file at all. And so that was great information for the group talking about that strand to have. Another theme, family engagement and involvement, discussions around how can we increase parent participation in not just school events, but also learning and making sure our parents are understanding what is happening in classrooms. And that relationship between staff morale and family engagement. So it's hard when you're a teacher and you plan a great event, or the school plans this fantastic event and only a handful of people come. And so that can feel a little defeating, especially when we feel like we've communicated in all these different ways. And then I know we had a district event last year. I'm looking at Ms. Webster. That was a district-wide. We informed everyone, we sent emails and social media, and I think we had, 5 people come? And that is really hard when you put forth that much work and you have all these people there to engage with families, and then we have 5 people come. So we needed to think of a better way to engage our folks, which is why we have a goal about that. Student behavior, safety, and well-being. Under that, culture and climate recurring theme included things like bullying and explosive emotions and behavior. Several parents who came in person talked about bullying and talked about the need for the district to create a safe and supportive environment for all students, whether that is our accelerated students or whether it's our students who are in some of our neediest programs who need more support. We need to be thinking about all levels of our students who are being impacted by student behavior. Culture and instruct culture. curriculum and instruction was a frequent topic. And I kind of mentioned that earlier, that people have noted that we have new curriculum, but please let's not forget about the other things that are important. Teacher support and staff climate culture were identified as crucial for the success of the school. And a lot of this was parents really talking about supporting our teachers. Do our teachers have enough training? Do our teachers, do they need more professional development on how to de-escalate behaviors in the classroom? Are we providing them with all the tools that they need to be successful teachers in the classroom when climate and culture issues are coming up? So I think a lot of the parents who came really wanted to speak up for our staff members and say, is the district doing what we need to do to empower them with all the tools that they need to be the best that they can be in their classrooms? Diversity and inclusion were themes that emerged, of course. In our diverse population, that was expected, but a lot of the conversations really did talk about things like cultural misunderstandings, and are we making all families feel welcome and represented when we still are struggling with getting certain groups of our students and their families out to events. The dual language program was mentioned in several spaces as a positive. I know Sherry already noted it's not even been a full year yet, and we're already seeing a lot of positive implications just from that program being together in one space. Transitions between schools. This is again, people wondering if that extra transition at 6th grade is going to really pay off in the end for us, and we are really, really excited about all the things we're planning for the 6th grade center. So I know that people want the proof is in the pudding, and so hopefully everything that we're going to be doing soon is going to reflect that. But really talking about the transition from early childhood to kindergarten, and were also areas that were discussed. The need for consistent systems and processes. So we have a group right now, the district parent teacher advisory committee that Chassie and I lead, where we have parents and staff members. We have teachers there and parents there, and one of the things that we're working on is a consistent communication document about PBIS. And I know that wasn't reflected in their voices were not reflected in this bullet, but I'm bringing it up because all the people in our committee have said the district needs a consistent positive behavior and intervention support handbook. Like, right now, what happens for PBIS in one building may not be the same in the other building. So we don't have a unified approach, and parents and staff have noted that is something that we need. So we're working on having a document by the end of the year with input from that committee. The importance of seeking feedback and input from parents and staff was definitely something that was discussed. And often we have found that surveys are not the best tool for us to be able to do that. But unfortunately, surveys are not going away. So we need a way as a district to make our surveys more impactful, where we can get information we need, but we also don't want to over-survey people. So there were a lot of conversations about that. And then resources and funding, implicitly discussed in the context of staffing needs, the availability of programs, and the desire to use school money effectively. And so I know Mary Ann's going to talk about some of the conversations that we've been having this year is with the State Board of Education, because we have a intense designated school, again, that we had to go through a resource allocation process with the state and talk about how we are identifying funds for all of our schools that are designated. How are we doing that through an equitable lens? And so that's work that we've been doing this year as well. And Mary Ann's going to talk about that with her strand. Some positive things, I've already kind of talked about all of these. CKLA, dedicated effective teachers, dual language, supporting students with varying needs. We've made a lot of progress with our at the high school with some of our life skills programming and some of the other things people have noted that we've been putting in place. And there is recognition of the importance of applied learning and activities that hit things beyond academics. So people ask, why aren't we going on field trips as much as we used to? And those are things that we have been talking about. I think coming out of COVID, people are now just getting back to the point where they're starting to go back and do all of those things that we did prior to 2020. Addressing inconsistencies and improving our systems. The development of a portrait of a graduate was listed as mentioned as something positive. Enhancing communication with families, and then showing a willingness to be involved and support the schools in various ways. Areas of growth, I've already kind of talked about family engagement, enhancing communication, addressing student behavior, strengthening the community, more consistent feedback, improving staff morale, and that was really related to mostly culture and climate, and making sure that our staff members have adequate support to grow as professionals. Ensuring consistency in our systems, the transition, and strategically planning for resources and funding. So we had a couple sessions where we had some Latino participants come, and here were some of their feedback, whether it was at a listening session or in the small group. Understanding and supporting their children with homework, particularly in math due to the language barriers and different teaching methods was something that parents brought up. There's a clear lack of consistent communication from school and teachers, and I think this is also a translation thing. I think there are things that are sent home that aren't translated sometimes, or there's a reliance on using apps, and so they specifically mentioned the WhatsApp in relation to that. And sometimes when teachers are sending notes home, the parents aren't able to read the notes that are coming home in regard to communication about their students because it's not in Spanish. Challenges in ensuring their children receive adequate support in their learning, particularly in reading and math and navigating the school system. So that they feel that it is a challenge, but they are also there saying they want to be kind of part of the process. I was supposed to go out to Ivanhoe and do one of these engagements, but the weather, we had to cancel that. And so we're going to go at the end of the year for the end of the year picnic and share their strategic plan now that it's completed, but then talk about how our Latino families can engage in the process next year. And here were some of the comments that were shared as areas of growth specifically for our Black students. So there were comments about how can we more impactfully engage our Black community and our Black families to be really more involved in the school environment, because right now there is this perception that there's a negative impact on our Black students because maybe we don't have as much parent involvement from home. Concerns about potential racial bias, the ease in which our young African American students are being labeled. So if you were to look at our special education data in relation to Black boys or Black students in general, our Black students are overly labeled for supports through an IEP. And challenges related to student behavior and discipline that are possibly influenced by factors outside of school in our community, and the need for consistent and supportive support from school staff when those things are happening in the community. How can we better support our Black students at school when those things happen outside of school? And our students with disabilities was also, there was some very specific growth areas for us as a district. Lack of adequate staffing and resources to meet diverse needs. I think one of the populations that has been hit the hardest the last couple years with long-term subs and vacancies, unfortunately, has been the special education department. You know, at Thomas Paine, we've had multiple long-term subs in that program. This year, we had a couple buildings who were still hiring for special education teachers even when school started. And so that is an area, I think, that I think we're moving in a good direction, but it has impacted our ability to meet needs when we don't have trained special educators working with those students. And then addressing the full spectrum of needs for students with disabilities, including both those that need extra support and, of course, those that are on the other on the other end of the spectrum who are accelerated and might have a 504 plan because they have acceleration needs that need to be addressed. And these couple slides, I just included them because we have had a lot of conversations with our program council staff. So people that attend program council, and we meet 4 times a year, are our folks who are in some kind of teacher leader role. So it would be department chairs, our grade level leaders, our team facilitators, anyone who is in a stipend role where they're providing leadership. So these were meant as areas that those folks indicated our strengths for the district, and you probably read those, so I'm not going to kind of read all the bullets. But we wanted to make sure that their voices were also heard because they were part of a lot of the conversations that we had to inform our work that we had in April with our groups. So here were some of the areas of growth that those folks shared. And we've talked about discipline, and we've talked about the academic performance gaps, so that none of this should be new information for the board, hopefully.
Jennifer?
Yeah.
Could I ask, did the different colors mean anything?
So the different colors were more specifically for strategic planning, where we kind of highlighted areas in different colors where we'd already talked about it and where we didn't the day that we presented these slides. So no, they didn't really mean anything for the presentation that we're doing right now. Yes. And, some of the threats. So a SWOT is SWOT. S is strengths, W is weaknesses, O is opportunities for growth, and T are the threats. So the things that, whoops, I'm going the wrong way, sorry. With the clicker. So these are potential things that could be barriers. And so I know there's been lots of conversations about cell phones, and I already talked a little bit about family and community engagement, community violence, language barriers. So those are also things that our teachers talked about. And then the themes are pretty much the emerging themes were themes we've already talked about too, is our racial disproportionality and discipline, student achievement, concerns, social emotional learning and school climate. So our teacher leaders were basically saying the same things that we heard from our community folks and our parents who attended a lot of the sessions. Talent development and staff support, family and community engagement, systems and infrastructure. All right, so phase 3 was basically now developing the plan. So we had a lot of information that people gave us, and now it was time to kind of sit down and talk about those things. And so what we gave our strategic planning team was, you've seen the fall 2024 data, and then we gave them kind of an update on where we were in the winter when our students went back and took their MAP testing and their IER compared to last year's IER and where we were for the fall versus winter. So I'm not going to really go into those, but you want me to just keep going, or you want to come up and do? So we also shared the district plan for discipline that we had to submit to the state. And so Chastity did a great job of kind of highlighting that for the community folks and parents who attended strategic planning. The board members have seen this, but.
All right, so I'm back, and this is, sorry, I don't know where the clicker went.
Oh, I got it. You want to go back?
Yes, please. Just to kind of outline our disproportionality, or how we got here. So USD is in the top 20% for state for exclusionary practices. We have inconsistencies in how we implement behavior responses and interventions or consequences across our district. So last year, the Joint Student Discipline Committee met with UEA and really tried to problem solve what can we do about this. And then therefore there was a creation of the Student Behavior Response Continuum and Discipline Matrix. And then we spent time this last summer really working with deans, assistant principals, district staff to really dig into these two pieces and what they mean and how we can apply them. We did some of that over this school year as well. And I personally meet with secondary APs who are over discipline, and we look at like top 5 discipline outcomes, behaviors. What can we do about it? What can we implement? How do we share this data back with staff so that they're informed as well? And what supports do we need to put in place? And this was all kind of culminated into this year, which you'll see when Ms. Jackson comes up. We have culture and climate goals in our school improvement plans. You keep. So when we say that we are disproportionate by 4.9, that's our risk ratio value. And so this is just a cheat sheet. The BIR is basically what we would call an office discipline referral. So anything that is above a 3.0 is yikes, right? That means that our specifically Black males are at a much higher risk, 4.9 ratio of receiving some type of disciplinary action that leads to exclusionary practices, which could be in-school suspension, out-of-school suspension, or expulsions. For our students in particular, like I said, we are targeted more for our Black males. And this is like over time, our disproportionality rate. And so right now, this is last year's data, well, I'll say that we are higher, the highest we've been since 2018. And so last year,
Yep, sorry.
Last year, as I shared, the UEA and the Joint Discipline Committee kind of met because they realized that there were things that needed to be improved. And so from that, we hope that, of course, next year, we usually get the data around October, November, that we've dropped. So that's one of that goals that also connects to the equity action plan in the system strand where we want to decrease our disproportionality. And I shared this too a couple of months ago. So I met with assistant principals and universal PBIS teams and deans and some school improvement team members in February. And we all worked really hard to look at our discipline data and come up with a tiered system, a plan, in order to, first we had to, of course, submit that to ISB to say, we know that we have this issue, here's what we're doing about it. And so the way that we kind of tackled this was to use tiers. And so at tier 1, we want to make sure that our universal, that PBIS framework or restorative practices is happening at every building or level. Restorative practices tends to lean more into the secondary level sometimes. PBIS is more used at the elementary level. So that's our tier 1 support. Tier 2, we want to make sure we have students identified who are at risk, and then based on those risks, of course, we intervene. What are we explicitly teaching them? So this will be in great support of 7 Mindsets because we can use some of those lessons to really target behaviors for classrooms or specific groups of kids. And also just making sure that all students are getting that explicit teaching so we have less students who are identified. And then the last tier would be, the smallest tier, ideally, where if there are students who are not being successful at tier 1 or tier 2, then we create some type of intensive individualized plan for them based on the supports that they need. This does not mean that they are students who have an IEP. This might mean that that student just needs something different, and the frequency or the amount of time could be 4 weeks, 6 weeks, or it could be over a couple of months to really just try to intervene and support that student.
Okay, I'm going to go back a couple. And this is probably a good time to just inform the board that as while we have been under this discipline improvement plan with the state, Miss Ladd and I were just informed about 3 weeks ago that the state has now put us on under a discipline improvement plan for our students with special services as well. So we've had 3 years of being in the highest percentage in the state. And while that number did go down a little bit, since this is Beth's second year, we did see an improvement last year, but not enough for them to say, for us not to be still considered in the top 20% in the state for our students with special needs that are also receiving office referrals, in-school suspensions, out-of-school suspensions, expulsions, and just basically exclusionary practices. So we will be coming back to you later with a plan very similar to the one that Chastity just presented around our district data for all. Now we will be bringing you back a discipline improvement plan specifically for our students with special needs. Okay. So I am not going to go through all of these slides because most of them you already saw when we did our school report card presentation in October. But there are a couple new ones. So this is one of the new slides basically that shows, unfortunately, that our starting at kindergarten, this isn't our achievement gap or our that wideness of closing the gap doesn't start when they're in third grade. It basically starts when our students walk in the door as kindergartners. So our incoming kindergarten students are 45% lower than the state average for students who are ready for kindergarten. So, John, you look like you were turning your mic on. Okay, all right. So this was a slide that we didn't share with you earlier. So I wanted to highlight this one. And our Black and Hispanic students, as I mentioned earlier, the gap between their white and Asian peers continues to grow as they go through school. But this slide shows that it actually has already started by the time they enter kindergarten. You've seen these slides about our ELA proficiency, so we're going to talk about that as one of our goals. This is a new slide that you didn't see last time where we basically compared 2019 to 2024, and you could see the IAR, English Language Arts proficiency over time by grade. So in addition to the losses from 2020 and 2021, there is a dip in achievement as students transition from middle school and 6th grade. And this shows a little bit of a rebound in 7th and 8th grade. But we are still consistently lower than the state. I clicked it. Is it dying? Okay, sorry. You've seen this, ELA proficiency. You've seen this slide about gains in math. This is a very similar IAR math proficiency cohort data slide compared to the one that I just showed you about English Language Arts. But this is new information that you did not have in October that we provided to the strategic planning team. We've talked about this, showing where our English language learners and our students with IEPs and low-income students fall in comparison to the district for math proficiency growth. And don't know, is the battery going out maybe? 9th graders on track. You've seen this data. This was not new to you. This was new in terms of we did not break down the ratio breakdown for you for 9th graders on track. So this is a new slide in terms of comparing the different groups. And thank you. Okay. I think the battery maybe was going down the charge. It's getting heavy action tonight. If you see where our Asian students are and our white students and the rest of the state, in comparison to our Black, Hispanic, and our students of 2 or more races fall there for ninth graders on track. And I think you saw this slide in October. Eighth graders passing algebra you saw previously. I think it's because my computer is, oh, you did plug it in. Can you advance for me, John? Chronic absenteeism was a data point that we talked about, I think, at length at our last meeting, and we'll continue to talk about chronic absenteeism more. You can go to the next one. And this was a new slide where we didn't have this information. John, you want to explain this one? Because this one is one I know John really was proud of.
Yep, and we will be,
graphic.
we'll be digging in a little deeper, I think, at our next program council on chronic absenteeism, because it's the most important thing for learning is being there. But here you can see kind of the change month by month. This is the cumulative, so every month it kind of like builds on all the previous months, but there was a significant kind of a jump in February for most of the schools with the cold weather.
Whoops, did two of them that time when I only wanted it to do one. Okay, SAT scores. I know we've moved to ACT, but we wanted you to at least have some historical data about SAT. So that was a new slide that we didn't share with you in the fall. Participation in CTE, we've talked about this, and how the number of students participating in CTE courses is a great celebration for our district. Advanced coursework, so you've seen the numbers of the students participating, but I think we broke it down by race. So this is a new slide that you did not see in October, related to, you saw the percentages of students, but here you can see who those students are in terms of race. And I think Jalen said it earlier when she was here, you know, she wants to see more students in her classes that look like her, and that is what we want as well. And then you can see who scored 3 or more. I think we shared that with you in the fall. More students graduating, so we actually have a graduation rate goal. That is an area we want to significantly improve in the next 5 years. Post-graduation plans. This was a slide that we didn't show you that was new for the just shared with the strategic planning team, so we wanted to highlight it as well. You can see the 2022, 2023, 2024, and some of the increases in our students that are attending, that are going into work or trade school. We saw last year was a big increase from previous years. So this was kind of an interesting data fact. We've shown you the designations. We shared that with our strategic planning group, and we shared this with the strategic planning team as well. So this is something the board has looked at pretty extensively, but we wanted our strategic planning group to see that as well. And now on to something exciting that is coming out of all that data and all those conversations. The Portrait of a Graduate conversations that we had with the planning team, really talking about what skills and competencies are we going to focus on as a district. So I know the board has heard us talk about this, so now you actually finally get to see it. Over the last several months, there has been a team of people working to collaboratively develop a portrait of a graduate. And what is a portrait of a graduate? Oh, here, this is the committee members. I wanted to thank them. It is really hard. We had these meetings right after school at about 4 o'clock. And so it's hard to get parents in spaces like this sometimes that early in the day. Anytime you have a committee where you have teachers that are participating, but you also want to include parents and community members, it's tricky because we get the most success having a meeting right after school for our teachers, but it's also not as parent-friendly to have a meeting right after school for parents. So we were happy that we had a few parents who participated in this, as well as several teachers. We had a couple students, so thank you to everyone who was part of all of those meetings every other week for several months to do this work. So what is the Portrait of a Graduate? So the portrait is basically we had a lot of in-depth conversations looking at our state data, talking about workforce readiness, and what are the competencies that our UHS students need to develop before graduating. Mrs. Webster mentioned that we have had, previous to this, we've had character traits that came out of our 2011 strategic plan that we've utilized to teach things like perseverance and integrity. But now, as we think about what we really need our students to be prepared for life, college, and career, they need a little bit more in-depth training and more in-depth intentional teaching around those skills so they can realize their full potential as UHS graduates. So the 6 essentials, competencies, and skills that we chose as a group were critical thinking, communication, adaptability, perseverance, self-management, and social awareness. And as skills that we deemed really important to equip our students for lifelong success. So this, we ended up with 6. But we talked about many, many more. And so there was, conversation, there were surveys, there were rating scales, there were lots of ways that we landed on these 6, but these are the 6 that the group chose. And here is a visual just basically representing what those 6 areas are. What we're going to do moving forward is, it's not just about choosing the 6 skills, it's also about choosing how we're going to implement those in all levels. So the goal, again, just like with our character traits, is to start teaching the skills in kindergarten and then teaching our students what does it mean to be a critical thinker. What does that look like in 1st grade versus 5th grade versus 8th grade versus high school. So the committee came up with these descriptors of the things that they want us to focus on when we implement this with the students day to day in the classrooms. And then we also came up with a definition of what these things mean to us here in Urbana. And we're going to take that information and utilize all of that to pull together a group this summer who is going to really work on coming up with a K first, pre-K, K, 1, 2, 3, what it looks like at every grade level and how we're going to implement it. So I'm hoping to I have a couple volunteers, but I need a lot more folks to be part of that process to kind of help us build that roadmap, so to speak, from kindergarten through 12th grade to develop these 6 skills. So on to creating the new components, so the mission, the values, and the motto. So I partnered with someone who was a retired superintendent. He was a member of LUDA, so I knew him in that realm. He retired in 2024, Dr. Ken Wallace. He joined a student-centered consulting group that includes other LUDA superintendents who are doing work throughout the state and beyond to support LUDA districts. And so Ken was great in kind of planning with me. He was one of our thought partners in some of the work and how we were going to, what data did we need to share, and what information we needed to present to the strategic planning team and how we needed to present it. So Ken was a great thought partner for me, and I think he did a great job to help facilitate the work during the 2 days that we were with the committee. So on April 16th and 17th, our goal was to bring a variety of stakeholders together to talk about a new mission, values, and how we were going to accomplish our mission and values. And as Chastity mentioned, really to take the work of the equity action plan, the discipline improvement plan, and all the other district data that is in all those other slides, and really come up with some goals to address our priority areas of need, which I've already just kind of gone through and talked about at length, so you kind of know where we were and where what our present state is, kind of like a current state of the district. So here were the strategic planning team members that participated. So on the left, we had students. We had some people there representing UEA. We had a couple parents who were just only parents. We had every school had a parent who was invited to attend and who had agreed to attend, but then at the last minute were unable to attend. So we didn't have a parent from Thomas Paine, and we didn't have a parent from early childhood, but they had been invited, and we didn't realize they weren't going to show up and be unable to attend, or we would have probably tried to get someone else last minute to fill their spots. But the goal was to have a teacher and a teacher/staff member and parent from every building, and we did pretty good in our goal to do that. We also always have parents who are also staff members, and so I know I list them under faculty and staff, but I would say several of the people who were there as parents as staff members really did speak out in their parent role as well. It's hard not to wear both hats when you're sitting in a space talking about the future of the district and you are also passionate about the needs of your own kid. And so I think we had some parents who did that and shared their voices in both realms. And then we had our two board members, Jennifer Hickson and Lola Jones, who participated. And then we had our district administrators who were part of the process, and building administrators. I know when people often make negative comments about the number of directors and administrators that we have on district committees, I don't know if you guys know this, but guess who's doing the work? The administrators. So if we don't have administrators in this space, then a lot of this work doesn't happen before or after. So it is important to have directors and building administrators in the spaces. It's very important to have our building, our principals, our building principals there, especially the ones who are represented here. They were very intentionally invited. So Imani Carr is going to be the next leader of the 6th grade center. Mr. Guzman, of course. We have high school, very specific high school needs. And then Melissa Kearns is going to be leading the middle school. Lydia Wong participated, and we were so thankful she was able to come as the incoming principal for King. It was a great way for her to get to know a lot of people and just to kind of meet some of her own staff members who were there. So we had some building administrators and district administrators, but I'm also very proud of the fact that we had so many community members, if you look to the right, who said, I'm happy to be part of this. And so a couple of these folks were involved in the Portrait of a Graduate, so they wanted to continue the work. It was really important to me that we had representation from not just our faith-based leaders, but we had faith-based leaders representing the Black community, because as you saw in several of our goals, we need our Black community to get behind us and help us move our Black students forward, and we can't do it by ourselves. And we know our Black families rely on their faith, so it was really important to have faith-based people in the room. CU Schools Foundation is one of our really significant partners. We had people there from the City of Urbana Police, the mayor-elect. At that time, he was the mayor-elect, but now, of course, he is Mayor Williams, so he was there, and he also is a parent. So when he spoke up in a lot of those conversations, he was speaking up more so as a parent and not the mayor. We had a parent who also works for Parkland, who was part of our portrait, Virginia, who she's just been a wonderful new addition, I think, to some of our district committee work. Someone from NAACP, Mrs. McFarland. We had Stone Creek Church representatives, Urbana Park District. Rod Wyatt, Dr. Wyatt, is the Assistant Chancellor for Pre-K-12 Initiative. So I meet with him regularly. He meets with all of the regional superintendents regularly. He's kind of the right hand for Chancellor Jones. I'm not quite sure what his position is going to be moving forward, because that was a position that Chancellor Jones created as part of his tenure to stay connected to what's happening in our schools. But I'm hoping that Dr. Wyatt continues to be able to work with us. We had Matt Kelly there representing some of the CTE work that we've been doing in the district to move forward our trades and our apprenticeship conversations. So this was a really well-rounded group of folks, and they were very committed to the process. All right, so the mission statement, and this is a picture that is Ken standing there, our facilitator who joined us, kind of doing an activity with the group. So a mission statement. What is a mission? So the mission is your overall purpose. It is basically literally the keystone on everything that we do moving forward. Our mission statement that we have right now is long and includes a lot of information, but our goal here was to make sure that we had something clear, a concise declaration that when we say it, everyone knows what it means, and there's no gray areas. And so we came up with lots of iterations of what a mission statement would be moving forward for our district, but this is what the group settled on. The mission of Urbana School District 116 is to create a supportive community to equip and nurture all learners to achieve success. So short, concise, but very powerful. Our motto, which is what we stand for and who we are, this was something we spent a lot of time talking about, because we also not only want to also always talk about our mission, but we also want to make sure that when we're talking about who we are, we have this as well, so that we are stronger together and we're leading for the future, was what the group came up with. And then the values. So we decided in a lot of our pre-work and some of the conversations that I had with Dr. Wallace and some of our small group work leading up to this, that in our previous strategic plan, we had a mission and a vision, and it was so much information in that it did kind of become a little watered down. And so our goal this time was to really focus on our mission, but also make sure that we call out the things that we value as a school community. And so we had a lot of conversation about what are the things that we value. These are in ABC order, but pride, I'm going to call out first, because we talked about in lots of small groups. We did some voting. We had a lot of, we had our top, I don't remember, 6 or 7, and we whittled it down to 4. But pride was the area that received the most votes every time we voted. So pride in our school from the student perspective, pride as a staff member, pride as a community. It should mean something for people to say they graduated from Urbana High School, or they attend Urbana High School, or their children go to Urbana School District. And so, or I'm a staff member in Urbana. So we had a lot of conversations about we need stronger pride, and having that be one of our values was a way that we would intentionally do that. Belonging was an area, I know we often talk about belonging in terms of student belonging and relationships with students, and I know everybody in here, maybe not board members, but a lot of the people in the room hear me say all the time, one of the quotes from Rita Pearson about that kids don't learn from people they don't like. And so we talk a lot about relationships and what it means to feel like you belong. But we also have a belonging issue, not just with students, but with staff. So we share data with the committee around how we need to better retain our folks. Like we've been getting people, and then this new generation of new teachers, if we don't keep them till tenure, we have seen that we've been losing them and some have just been leaving the whole field of teaching altogether and going in other directions and choosing other careers. So we need to have a sense of belonging also for our staff members, but we also talked a lot about belonging as a community. There were people who called out the fact that there's white flight in our community, that people in our community are choosing to move to places like Monticello and Muhammad, and that is something that we need to address as a district. And there are a lot of reasons why. A lot of the data that I just talked to you about is actually having a big part in why we're losing some of our white families. But if we do a better job of valuing belonging and our community, hopefully in the next 5 years we can bring back some of those folks who have left us. If not having moved out of the community, they maybe have left us to go to private school. So we're also dealing with that in terms of bringing back some of those families who might be sitting in private school spaces right now, getting them back to believing in our district for the future. We talked a lot about building community and, of course, integrity. So that was one of our character traits that we have talked about for years that we kept, because integrity is what integrity is what happens when nobody's looking, right? It's what you do when nobody's looking. But it also means that we need our community to reestablish some of that trust in terms of, some of the processes that we've gone through with Wiley and Yankee Ridge and some of our communications. So we need to build back some of that trust. And in order to do that, we need to be showing integrity. So these were the 4 values that we came up with. And then now to the priority goal areas. So as our directors are going to come up and kind of present these different areas. But as we talked about what our priority areas need to be, the focus was really on we needed goals that support our students, we needed goals that support our staff, and then we need goals that support our family and our community. And of course, our district systems and operations kind of bring it all together. And so this was an image that we've kind of created to show our Stronger Together Leading for the Future, but also the different 4 priority areas. So I think our first person, so here are the 4 areas: student growth and achievement, staff development and retention, family and community as agency, district systems and operations, and our first one is student growth and achievement. And so Jessie Bradford is going to, what's that? Oh, Christina, you both are going to come. Awesome. Jessie and Christina are going to come and talk about the student achievement goal. I do want to say, I know that in a lot of the goals, you're going to hear us talk about priority groups. And I want to kind of echo a couple of the conversations that I had with a couple of parents at the strategic planning. Is we know that our students who are accelerated and our students who are above grade level, they matter. And they matter just as much as all of our students. And so we have plans for helping our staff differentiate for those students and making sure that we're always keeping our students that are accelerated in our planning. However, when we talk about these goals moving forward, we really have focused on the priority area groups of our Black students, our Hispanic students, our students with IEPs, and English language learners, because they are the students who need us the most right now to get them to a level of basic proficiency so they can move on in college, career, and life. So each director is going to come up and present their goal area and talk a little bit about the conversations that they led at strategic planning. So.
Hey, sorry about that. I'm Christina K. Lewandowski, Director of Assessment and Accountability. And goal 1, all students will grow and excel to reach their full potential, achieving success in college, career, life, and beyond. By the end of 2030 academic school year, at least 30% of students will meet or exceed on the Illinois Assessment for Readiness. That's what we call the IAR, in English Language Arts, ELA, Spanish Language Arts, SLA. Then we have key performance indicators. We call that KPI. For 25-26, percentage of students meeting or exceeding on the IAR in ELA for 25-26 school year. And so currently, so how we ended 23-24 in the area of reading, we had achieved 12.5%. And so when you look at all students, when you see the 16%, you need a point of reference to say, okay, why is it 16%? Because we ended the school year at 12.5%. And so then we looked at every priority group, like Dr. Ivy Tatum stated, and we looked at how they performed and projected what they would be able to achieve with all of the new strategies and new curriculum implementations that we've done thus far. For our Black students, 6.8%, Hispanic students, 12.5%, students, 7%.
And we wanted to make sure too that we were closing the achievement gap amongst our like Black students, Hispanic students, students with IEPs, and our English learners. So we made sure that our percentage that we set closed the gap amongst our white students and all of our students. And how we looked at that data too is we kind of looked at trends from IAR, what we've seen in the past, and what the state has, and how much how much students have grown. And so that's kind of where we set our goals. And we also looked at achievement. And so instead of growth, because we want our students to be performing at grade level. That's really important, that we have students performing, meeting or exceeding on IAR instead of looking at growth. Like growth is great, but if they're still reading at a third grade level when they're in sixth grade, like it's great that they're making growth, but we want all of our students reading at grade level and performing at grade level. So that's in our group. Jennifer was in our group. That's why we chose achievement versus growth, because we want all students performing at grade level. So.
Okay. Go ahead and keep reading. Okay, so what was this? Okay, so now we're going to do math. So all students will grow and excel to attain grade level proficiency to reach their full potential, achieving success in college, careers, life, and beyond. Something I didn't say before, that IAR, it's for grades 3 through 8. By the end of 2030 academic school year, at least 27% of all students will be meeting or exceeding on the IAR math. So that's going from 9.2%, which is what they performed in 23-24. So we're going from 9.2 to 27% in 5 years. Key performance indicators, percentage of students meeting or exceeding on IAR. So we are going to project, we are projecting, because we just ended IAR, that we are going to be at 12.8% for our Black students, 5.1%, Hispanic students, 5. No.
All students is 12.8.
Right, that's what I said. Hispanic students, 5.6, students with IEPs, 4.4%, and our English language learners, we're going to project 5%. And we did, like Jesse said, looked at past data starting with 2019 all the way up to 24 and saw the patterns and trends, and this is our best projection.
And if you click on like the math baseline data, it'll give you a chart that shows you like, so for the 26-27 school year, this is at how much they'll grow, where we want them to be meeting and achieving the percentage of students. So we did that for each year for the next 5 years. So we did that for both reading and math.
Questions for Christina or Jesse?
Just kind of wondering why 27% was picked specifically. I mean, it's just kind of curious. Like, how did you determine that exact number?
So we looked at where we were currently at right now. So for math, we were at 9.5%, 9.2. So right now, with students in grades 3 through 8, only 9.2% of our students were meeting and exceeding. And so we just looked at the trend for how much the state was growing, and we took that, what else did we do? We did a lot of calculations.
So then what we went back
I think
and
we
forth.
documented it too.
And so what we did was we said, okay, we felt that they would grow 3.6% each year. And so that's how we got ultimately the 27%.
Yeah, we just looked at how much the state was growing in that area, and we wanted to be competitive with the state. And then we looked at what we have currently been growing to, and kind of looked at those two to set that percentage, and then we multiplied that by 5 years.
No, that makes sense. Thank you.
Yeah, no, good question. That's always hard to determine, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we want to make it rigorous, and get close to where the state is, but when also want to make it achievable. When we were working with Ken, we have to also remember that, with where we're currently at, and we want to make it attainable and realistic too, right? And remember what type of students that we're working with, with our poverty, and not saying that they can't, but make growth, but we want to set growth that's realistic and achievable, and I think that's good growth to set. Right now we're at 9%. In 5 years, we're going to hopefully be at least, that's why we said at least, 27%. So.
And can I just add one more thing? I want to just give a shout out to all the teachers, because I felt like this year it was a very strong, intentional, strategic way that they created the testing environment. And I just felt like it was this thing going through the district with grades 3-8 with IAR. I felt like they felt that this was serious and that we needed to communicate that to our families and to our students, and that we can achieve and improve. So shout out to all the teachers, because it's up to you all to set that environment for testing.
Okay, other questions? All right, I'm going to go to the next area of, if I can get the clicker to go. Cultural climate. So Chastity's she led the cultural climate group, and they have 3 goals. I meant to say this at the very beginning, and Paul asking that question reminded me. So we wanted to be rigorous but achievable, but we also wanted we know that this is aspirational, right? Like, we talked a lot with our the whole group about the fact that we know where we are. And our data isn't great in some areas, but it's where do we aspire to be in 5 years? And that's really where we try to keep our focus on being aspirational and where we hope to be, or where we plan to be. So Chastity's going to do the next 3 that focus on culture and climate.
All right, so I want to first give a shout out to my group. I had Dr. Wyatt, I had a parent, I had a student, another community member from the coalition, and some staff members. And I think this cohesive group will ask a lot of great questions. Luckily, we had data readily and available for them, but I was also able to just tell them things that different groups have worked on with our discipline as well, and pull up live data. And so we really dug in, and I will say that because culture and climate is huge, that's why we have kind of like the 3 pieces or 3 different goals, because with culture and climate, we just can't say reduce something without adults doing something too, without some type of training and support, with some type of professional development and interventions for students. So our goal is, of course, to create that sense of belonging, not just for students, but also for staff too, and we'll see more of that later. For all students, with a focus on positive behaviors to decrease the exclusionary practices. And so this is how we're also making a connection from our discipline improvement plan that goes to the state, but also how we're enacting that in our strategic planning. So by the end of 2030 academic school year, we want to have a 50% reduction in disciplinary disproportionality for students with individualized education plans, IEPs, but also our Black students. And so things that we'll be looking at next year, one of our key performance indicators is we want to make sure that each school implement interventions for students experiencing behavioral challenges, thereby decreasing discipline referrals for Black students and students with IEPs by 15% compared to this year's data that they're going to end with. And one way that we're making this come alive too is, like I said, I meet with administrators. We're working on our school improvement plans, and we have our culture and climate data. And so as you'll see when Ms. Jackson comes up, going from SMART to SMARTY, there are targeted groups in the school improvement plan for our schools as well, especially if they're targeted by ISB, Illinois State Board. And then we also want to make sure that we are all doing the same type of work and bringing some cohesion to really decrease this data. The second one is by the end of 2030, we want to have a 25% increase in favorable culture and climate perception scores from students and staff. I think this year we had 36% of students who said that they felt a sense of belonging. So this is our 6th through 12th grade students who are filling out that panorama survey. So we want to increase that by 2030 by 25%. And currently we use the 5 essentials data, and that's what ISB pulls when they give our climate survey for how our staff feel in supportive environment. Right now that is weak, but ISB is giving us an alternative to use like Panorama. So we want to design something similar that our students are getting in Panorama, but it will be specific for our staff members, so we can gather baseline data on what is our staff's sense of belonging right now, and then of course increase that by 25% by 2030. And so those are some KPIs that we'll be working on this year too. So in increments, we want to increase it by 12%, but we also have to get that baseline data this fall once that survey is created. Because like we said, we want our staff to feel like they belong as well as our students. And the last one is we think about our tier 3. So those are our students with the most maybe challenging behaviors. Again, it could be over time or within a short amount of time as well. So we want to make sure that we are putting in interventions for those students. So by 2030, we want to have a 20% decrease in tier 3 behavioral incidents that result in exclusionary practices. So this might be more of our like fighting. When we think about a lot of our students getting into physical fights, whether it's with either a teacher or a student or peer. And so we want to decrease that by 20% because that is what ultimately gets students expelled or suspended from school. And so one thing we want to do is start by June of next year, having at least 60% of our students identified as needing tier 3 supports per Panorama through that multi-tiered system of support. So a school would say, okay, we have 20 students who are considered tier 3, and that will be triggered by maybe these students had 3 or more physical fights, or we want to get to them before 3 or more actually. Maybe they have 1 or 2, and we're saying, okay, we know this student is struggling with putting their hands on another student. What are we doing about it? And how are we reteaching that? How are we meeting with families or whatever we need? And that will be a team problem solving this so that we can really actually get to the root of the issue and stop excluding that student over like those repeated behaviors that we're not able to intervene and reteach or put some type of replacement in for our students. So it doesn't say 100% because right now we are not doing this well, but this is something that we really want to increase next year to ensure that we have data to support how our students are doing, even our students who are really struggling with specific behaviors that could bring them to exclusionary practices.
Okay, and next we have student services. Oh, questions for Chastity, sorry.
This is a record. Okay, thank you.
Oh, not yet. I think Jennifer.
I'm not a question exactly,
Okay.
but I really like the idea that you put in there the belonging of staff members. I think that's a great addition. I
Thank
just wanna
you.
say that.
The team did great. Yes, so we do have 3 big goals, but we hope all of the wrapping around will make some impact.
Okay. Student services, so Beth Ladd has 2 areas.
Good evening. Beth Ladd, Executive Director of Student Services for Urbana. I led the group that was focused on students who receive special education services or who have IEPs. And I want to make a distinction because sometimes on our report card, our state report card, they talk about students with disabilities, and that is inclusive of students with 504s. So in these goals right now, we're speaking just about students who have IEPs, individualized education plans, and are focused on students eligible for special education services. We had a small but mighty group. We were represented by myself, a building administrator, a teaching assistant who was honored this evening with an Unsung Hero Award, and a parent and community member. And we had, I think you're going to hear each one of us report out just really amazing conversation around the needs, the reality, and our aspirational goals moving forward. And so the ones for my department focus on 2 different areas. They focus on academic achievement and the exclusionary practices. And our group really felt connected with those 2 goals in the sense that if our students aren't in class, we know they can't make the gains that they need to, especially given the fact that they're already working with a disability that needs to be accommodated and supported. And so Jesse and Christina focused on our Illinois Assessment for Readiness, our IAR achievement, and for our goal, we talked about how to get to where we want to be for the IAR, and we focused on our MAP growth. And so the numbers you see here were really intentional in thinking about how much growth MAP predicts is possible and reasonable, how much is necessary to close that gap, and how much is appropriate when all of your systems are functioning in place. You've got all your staff, you've identified the right curriculum, and knowing that that is still a work in progress for us in some ways, that is where we came up with the numbers that you see here in terms of our goal for growth and achievement. And our second goal really focuses on the suspensions and expulsions. And Dr. Ivory Tatum informed you we have been cited by the state for 3 years of discipline data for our students with IEPs. And I'm not surprised by that. When our overall district is cited, it's just a matter of time before we were. Typically, you might see that your students with disabilities are more excluded than other students. There's obviously a significant overlap between our Black and Brown students, which is why we were cited district-wide, and our students with IEPs. I was proud, and I did point out, even though it's a minor win, that last year we did go down in our exclusionary practices overall. Until a couple months ago, I was hopeful we would go down this year, but we'll see how the year ends. But we did want to see a significant decrease in our exclusion of students through suspensions and expulsions. And we're having some really continued difficult conversations with our staff. And we recognize that the decision to make the suspension really is not the point of focus, but the way in which we're culturally responsive to our students, the way in which we understand trauma, and the way in which we instruct students is the overall need for that. But we do have to really be thoughtful when we're making decisions about excluding students for very certain behavior. So that is our second priority area.
Questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have multilingual learners. If I get the slide to move. Okay, thank you, John. So we've got Joe Wiemelt and Lupe Ricconi, who led that group.
Yes, good evening. I am Joe Wiemelt, Executive Director of Secondary Multilingual and Alternative Education, and Lupe Ricconi, Director of Multilingual Programming for the district. And I'll start with a real quick overview of our team. We had Sitlali was one of our team members, as well as 2 of our family liaisons, and myself and Lupe and one other person maybe? I can't remember. I think that was just us. It was a small group as well. And we wanted to really focus on the growth aspect of our student achievement specific to multilingual learners. As a real quick reminder, the term multilingual learners, in the past 2 to 3 years, the state of Illinois State Board of Education has kind of re-identified the student group and the name of the student group. Historically, you may have heard English language learner or English learner. Way back in the day, limited English proficient, emergent bilingual. Lots of different terms have been used. Right now in the state of Illinois, it's multilingual learner. So that represents students who are categorized as students who are learning English as a second language according to English assessments in the school district and across the state. And so we're talking specifically about those students in this particular group and this particular goal. So we're looking at the growth and individual achievement of multilingual learners. And we broke it down also similarly to student services and Beth Ladd's group in regards to looking at growth that we want to see for our students over time. By utilizing the MAP assessment and the growth scores in regards to English literacy, Spanish literacy for students who are in the Spanish-English dual language program, as well as in math. And I'll let Lupe break that down a little bit further.
Yeah, so specifically we were using the MAP, which as you've been discussed is given 3 times a year, really focusing on growth, not necessarily achievement in this case. So looking at the students growing by the end of 2030 by 20% in their English literacy and 15% in math. So specifically students that are in the dual language program, our goal is for 2030 that they exceed in both Spanish and English literacy, that they grow by 20%. For next year, our target really is focused on using the MAP and focusing on a 4% increase for our MLL students. And as Dr. Weemelt mentioned, this is looking at all of our multilingual learner students at all of our buildings, K through 12. So students that are still below that 4.8 score that ISB determines is considered English proficient. So in that case, we're wanting to, for next year, focus on that 4% increase of students that are meeting or exceeding their target for yearly for the next 5 years. So that way we can meet that 20% goal by 2030. For English Spanish literacy, for our students that are in dual language, focusing on that 3% increase yearly for the next 5 years. So that way we can reach that 15% overall goal as well.
One additional piece of information, when we talk about multilingual learners, it's important to talk about not just the proficiency level of which students are at based on how long they've been either in the country or learning English, but also we oftentimes categorize students by newcomers or recent arrival immigrant youth, as well as students who have potentially been born in the U.S. and are still acquiring English as a second language. And so we have had a stronger focus in the last couple years, especially at the secondary level, on supporting our newcomer youth. Was in a meeting this morning with our middle school and high school team looking at curriculum alignment as it relates to our newcomer sections of English classes at the middle school and high school level, and vertically aligning what that looks like for students who arrive in middle school versus high school and everything in between. And so when we think about the growth targets, we have to also be intentional at where they start with their English literacy and English fluency. And that's why we're looking at the growth over time, not just proficiency at the end of the academic standard. So for us, growth is really important as it relates to language development.
And similarly at the elementary level, we've this year really kind of established new protocols of service to kind of mirror what we've been doing at the secondary level, which allows our students that are on the higher end of the proficiency scale to receive more co-taught services, so that way they are still receiving that rigorous CKLA curriculum through support in the classroom. In addition, also focusing on the newcomer students, really adopting some additional supplemental tools for our ESL push and pull out teachers, so that way they can really make sure that they have materials that are targeted to the specific linguistic needs of the students they're working with. Any questions for us?
This is or had been a pretty mobile group. And so I'm wondering, will you be looking at a 4% increase overall, including all your brand-new kids and kindergarten through, or early childhood through, however you're doing it? Or will you be looking at, like, Johnny made 4% growth from year to year, you know, each student? I just.
Sure. No, that's a great question. And it gets to my comment earlier about the differentiated needs of different students within the multilingual group. And so this particular goal, as it's written, is for all multilingual learners, so not broken down by individual student and those who may come and go. But another indicator that we do have is the progress to proficiency scores based off of the WIDA English assessment, and that allows us to break it down individually to see also by a percentage of the group of students based on years in the program or years in the country or years in the district in regards to their progress towards that 4.8 score for the access assessment. So this particularly is whole group cohort, not cohort data, but year-to-year data, even if the students may be different, whereas we're able to break it down more individually with the access scores, but not reflected in this particular goal.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you. And I am going to.
I'll be back soon to talk about the seal by literacy.
Oh,
we
yes, you
increased
will.
those numbers again, and 70% of them are students who have been in dual language programming. So, coming soon.
Coming soon. All right. And I am going to just share the college and career readiness goals. So Jesse Guzman and Shauna Shear led the college and career readiness group, and it included a parent, a teacher from the high school, 2 of our community members, I believe, and I can't remember who else was in their little small group. But their goal, if you remember, I shared a data slide with you that we are currently at 83.3% from 2024 of our four-year graduation rate. And that is where we have basically the highest we've been the last 2 years prior to 2020 and 2021, where we kind of graduated everyone, and we had those stipulations in, the emergency action stipulations in for COVID. Since then, we've only had like a 2.5% increase for multiple years. So we were at 80%, 80.5, 80.4. And the state has stayed around 87%, 88%. So that gives you a little bit of baseline as to why they landed where they landed in terms of increasing the students who would graduate in 4 years by 2030 to 88.5% for all students, and increasing by 10% for our Black, Hispanic students with IEPs and English learners group. And so that is going to be a lofty goal, but we wanted it to be ambitious, and but we also feel that it is achievable by looking at the KPI, the key performance indicator, that by the end of this year, 2025-26, will increase the graduation rate for all students by 1%, but specifically for our students, our Black students, Hispanic students with IEPs, and our English learner groups by 2% in the year to year, to get us to that 10% in 5 years. We had a counselor there too, I believe. So, yes.
When you count these kids, this is a math question. Are we counting the kids from 9th grade to 12th grade? So the
it's a
kids who
4-year graduation rate.
Yeah, right. So the kids who aren't there at 12th grade, are we saying, okay, they didn't?
If they graduate, we still count them. The ones who graduate in December, you mean, or students who graduate early?
A 4-year graduation rate.
Yeah, this is our 4-year graduation rate.
And so, if they started, and my brother took longer than 4 years to graduate.
We have a rate, it's on our school report
I mean,
card.
he did graduate, but
Sure.
he took another year.
Yeah.
And so,
We have a 5-year and a 6-year rate that's in the school report
Oh,
card.
okay.
So there is a 4-year rate, a 5-year rate, and a 6-year rate. Our goal is the 4-year rate because we want to graduate our students in 4 years and not have students that are reclassified or repeating any grade levels or, so yes, so this goal is very specifically to the 4-year graduation rate.
And so the kids who just drop out,
Mm-hmm.
they are that,
They're included in our dropout rate, which is
They're
a
in
different number on our
Okay.
school report card, so
Okay.
yes. Yeah, they would not be included in this because they don't graduate if they drop out. Correct. They're included, yep, they're included in our dropout rate, which is an area that hopefully by increasing our 4-year graduation rate, we will be decreasing our dropout rate, so. Yeah.
If they transfer to another program, then they're not part of our statistic then?
If they, it only, it depends on the program. If they transfer to adult ed and participate in our high school graduation program, then yes, we are able to include them. But if they transfer to a program like Youth Build, they have to actually drop out of high school and join that program because it's more of a GED program and not, they don't get a high school diploma. So it only would count if they go to a program where they receive an actual high school diploma. Yeah, good question. So we're gonna leave the student growth and achievement area and move to staff development and retention. So one thing that we talked about a lot in afterwards and during is professional development. And so you don't see a very specific goal for professional development here because we've decided based on the conversations we had with our groups, professional development needs to be in every single area. And so I know Mrs. Smith, oh, she's still here. So Mrs. Smith has a very lofty goal because she will be working with each strand leader to make sure that we are embedding professional development in all of the strands. When we develop the action plan with the strategic priority areas and the action steps, we will make sure each group has a goal for professional development. So this area is focused on retention and recruitment.
Hi, everybody. I just wanted to talk a little bit about our committee work. We had a great committee that had a lot of ideas about retaining staff, and it came down to providing the staff what they need to be successful in the classroom in terms of supporting our students. And so in terms of staff retention, and I wanted to talk about retention prior to recruitment because I think that the retention of staff is very important for student outcomes. It's also financially important because every time we have turnover staff, it just costs the district money in terms of training the staff and getting to them to the level that we need for our students. So by the end of the 2030 academic year, Urbana School District will retain 87% of staff in all positions by increasing the staff retention rate by 1% annually for the next 5 years. And so from the 23-24 school year to this school year, so just last year to this school year, we retained 82% of all staff members. We've retained more teachers than we have overall staff, but when we have a staff of over 1,100 and we live in we have students that are very transient that go back and forth. We also do a staff. The university brings folks here that are here on a temporary basis. We also have a lot of folks that go back and forth from Unit 4 to Urbana in terms of working. We have students that will work for us that have come to the university. They'll stay here for a few years and then they'll relocate back to where they're from. So our goal is to up that through our retention efforts. And our goal next year, we already had, this was our HR goal, is that we would retain 83% of staff. We actually had a loftier goal, but through strategic planning, we thought it was a little bit more realistic to raise it 1% per year so that we're able to meet that goal. So by the end of 2026, 88% of all licensed teachers would be retained. So again, we retained 83% of staff from last year. We want to retain 83% of staff from last year to the end. Yeah, from this year to the end of next year. I'm sorry, I'm tired. I think I said all that right. So if we can go on to the next one.
Are you going to ask a question?
Oh, sorry.
Just a quick question about
Yes.
the math again.
Yes. Okay.
Do retired teachers count differently than, say, like a teacher who leaves the profession or goes to
No.
the district? So,
Mm-mm.
okay, it counts either way.
Yep.
Yeah, that doesn't seem kind of fair almost.
Right. Well, but we're always going to have retired teachers, right? And so I mean, we're, for the most part, our retired teachers have, it's a very small percentage.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
we don't have a ton every year, so we have a lot of incentives to keep our retired teachers working too. All right, so we also have, one of our goals is to recruit staff, and we want to recruit staff that represents and reflects our student body. By the end of the 2030 academic year, we will recruit more teachers of color by increasing the number of teachers of color by 5% over the next 5 years. And so currently, well, at the report card from last school year, just so you have a little bit of some baseline data, 28% of the staff, of the teachers, not the staff, 28% of the teachers in Urbana last school year were teachers of color. And I wanted to show you kind of some fast facts, and I will be very quick because of the evening. But I am very proud of the work that we continue to do to recruit and retain staff. To give you a little bit of spot checking for school districts in our area, so we have 28% of our teachers are teachers of color. In Unit 4, 22%, and this is all last year's data, 22% of the teachers are teachers of color. In Rantoul City Schools, 21% of the teachers are teachers of color. In Danville, 5% of the teachers are teachers of color. In Carbondale, 8% of the teachers are teachers of color. In the Peoria School District, 25%. In Bloomington, District 87, 13% of the teachers. And so in Chicago Public Schools, that was like the big one, right? Where 55% of their teachers are teachers of color. But in terms of us being at 28%, I think that is something that we should be really proud of. That the district, we have staff of color that specifically want to be in Urbana because of what we stand for. And overall, we've done a pretty good job of retaining staff, all staff and teachers. And sometimes I think that's, we forget that because of the very small group of people that are disgruntled and sometimes just kind of miserable. And then you hear from the same people. And sometimes those people just stay and talk about everybody leaving when it's a very small percentage that we're losing every year. So we want to continue to increase the number of staff who represent and reflect our student body.
Angie, I had a question.
Sure.
I'm really tired.
Yeah.
Do Hispanic Latino staff or teachers count
Yes.
as white or people of color?
People of color.
Okay.
Yep. Good question.
Angie?
Yeah.
I was wondering if you know what the retention rate of teachers is in other districts. You were saying you
I
had.
could look that up. It would take, I wouldn't be able to do that right this second, but I can get that information just to kind of see where we are. But to have numbers in the high 80%, I think is pretty good. Especially when I talk about people that come here from the University of Illinois and then the teachers leave, and we have teachers that go back and forth from Champaign, and we have teachers who retire and teachers that we get right out of school and move up. So, okay, and then.
Does that also include long-term subs?
No. So the long-term subs are considered in our all staff, but they're not considered in our licensed teacher data.
Good question.
So here's some very brief, I should have timed myself to make sure. So some of the things that we do, because in our committee, they didn't really know a lot of the things that we do. And so this is my opportunity to make the meeting longer and briefly say what we do. And so we've provided staff retention and listening tours. We started that this fall, so we're doing that outside of contract negotiations, where we're going and meeting with staff during lunch during the fall semester to hear what's going on in the building and how HR can support them. We also have a stay survey, a retention survey. We have a stay interview scheduled where we meet with people that we have heard that might be looking elsewhere, and we want to meet with them for a stay interview, not an exit interview. We award annually hard-to-fill teacher stipends. We have a social media page to highlight staff and what they're doing. In the fall, we're implementing various subgroups of staff members of the month, and at the end of the school year, we're going to have a celebration recognizing their contributions to the district. Some of the other things that we've implemented are our Tiger Tours, where we have made partnerships with various schools. We drive our activity buses around and show them Urbana and what makes Urbana special. We have referral bonuses. We have a 100% success rate in providing tuition and fee assistance to every staff member who's applied. And we kind of do our things big. Our social events big, our job fairs big, and try to, just our marketing. I think marketing the brand is important, and that's, I'll be quiet now.
Okay. I asked Ms. Webster to come on up and be ready for supporting family engagement. So she has the next goal.
So we had a great group as well. We had our district family liaison, Dr. Janice Mitchell. We had a family liaison, Mr. Jean Florniembo from Yankee Ridge. We had Ms. Londa Neely from Urbana Early Childhood. We had a King parent, Ms. Cooper. And we also had an Urbana High School staff member, Dean Ms. Stacy Luth in our committee, and a former district parent and a current community member, Ms. Deborah McFarland, were all part of our group. We had a small but mighty group, and we had robust conversations about making sure that our goal was rigorous. And our main goal was to make sure that we support and develop families to engage learning for all students. And we wanted to make sure that families were aware of the things that we are doing in the classroom so that they can support those things at home, and to get families in for events, but to make them feel comfortable and welcome in those events. So we want to, by the end of the 2030 academic year, increase overall family engagement in required district activities by 50% measured through annual attendance records. Those required activities are curriculum night, family reading night, math and science night, and social emotional learning night. We want those to be reflective of our focus area. We do know that schools have several other events which we encourage. However, to make sure that our data is comparative across all schools, we're going to focus on those 4 events. So by the end of next year, we want to make sure that 100% of our schools will consistently track attendance at district-required family engagement activities and events, because right now our data is skewed. We don't have consistent data to show the number of people that are there. I do get sometimes some sign-in sheets from families and schools, but I don't get as many. So that's a goal for us, is to get there to make sure that everybody remembers to get sign-in sheets. People get excited, they get to the events, they come in, and we just forget to ask them to sign in. So we know people are there, but in order to have clean data to really compare where we started, that's where we're going to start. Is the end of next year, everybody's going to do it. Short and sweet. Any questions?
I'm curious why you didn't include parent-teacher conferences as a required event.
Well, it is a required event, but in terms of attendance, we are going to include it. I'm so glad you brought that up. But that's just not one of those 4 that I brought up for face events, so you are absolutely right. That will be one, too. It's well past my bedtime. But it will be one of those events as well, to ask families to come. So thank you for catching
And we do have pretty good data on that. That is one of our strong data points in terms of being able to compare from year to year, because we collect that from every building.
That's our one consistent. The rest of them we just got to work on. But thanks for bringing that up. No, I'm for it. Anybody else?
Okay.
Thanks.
And Catherine and John led the Communicating with Families group. So I'll let John talk about this one.
We had a great group as well. We had some very lively discussions. A lot of the feedback that we got through the surveys and the community forums were about the communication and how the district communicates on every level, from the district to the schools, to the classrooms, to extracurriculars. So our goal was to increase family engagement by improving communication tools and participation. So by the end of the 2030 academic year, we will have families receiving communication through a single district-wide communication platform that will be inclusive of building communication, classroom, extracurricular communication. And then we'll have 50% annual improvements of the number of people that we're reaching for each priority group. So just as an example, right now, 6.6% of our free reduced families, we don't have contact information for email. By year two, that would go down to 3.3%, a 50% reduction. And then by year three, it would go down to 1.6%, another 50% reduction. So that by year five, it would be down to 0.4% for free reduced families. And by going for each priority group, that also gives us an opportunity to look for avenues to make sure that we're communicating with all of our families equitably. So one of the key performance indicators is by the end of the 2026 school year, so by the end of next year, we'll have a single communication platform adopted. And we're hoping, we've already been talking to a few different platform vendors, and hopefully we'll be able to do some piloting of that early this year. Do you guys have any questions about the communication goal? It is exciting. I'm very excited.
Yeah, oh, you were at one of those listening sessions where this came up as a parent, yes. Okay, I'm going to switch to district systems and operations, which it is, John can click for me. There we go. So Randy's daughter was in an activity at school, and you know, family first. So he is at that activity with his family. It's probably over by now, so he could have been back here. So no, I'm just teasing. But I am going to present his work. And John, can you move? It won't go. Improving facilities. So as you know, when we presented in February or March, we shared with the board that we've completed our last 10-year health life safety plan. We have also completed the work for the 2000, I can't remember now, 8 master facility plan, that the plan to remodel and renovate all of our elementary schools and bring them all up to a certain standard. So it is time for us to have a new master's facility plan. We had some great data from the survey. There were 2 very specific questions on the survey that was shared, and lots of people gave really good feedback that Randy used with his small group, which included, I can't remember, Marianne was part of his group, but out of, I think we had Lola was part of his group to talk about facilities and finance. And then we had a parent and administrator and I think someone from the city. So basically a lot of the input, we had 2 questions on the survey around what are some areas of growth for our buildings, where are some things that we're doing well. So they had that baseline data as some just good indicators of what people were thinking in terms of our welcoming environment, our buildings safe, functional. So that really informed some of the goal work that they included here. So by the end of 2030, we will strategically enhance all existing facilities to provide an energy efficient, which Randy has shared the energy efficiency data for our district, equitable, safe, functional, and welcoming learning environment for all students, families, and staff based on targets from the master facility plan and the 10-year health life safety plan. And again, we just finished the cycle of our health life safety plan, and we are jumping right into those recommended and prioritized tasks for the next cycle. Their key performance indicator is that by the end of the 25-26 school year, they will actually have pulled together a team to create that plan. So we will establish comprehensive prioritized master plan for facilities improvements across all schools. But in addition to pulling together the plan and having those meetings to develop it, they also want to complete at least one high priority impactful upgrade to each school that would focus on safety, functionality, and energy efficiency as identified through the district-wide facilities assessment. So 5-year goal is to have that plan and be implementing several areas of it, and including health, life, safety. But the key indicator for next year is just to create the plan and to involve several stakeholders, as we have with our last 2 facilities plans, to be part of that process. Questions? Okay, and then Mary Ann is going to talk about aligning our resources equitably with finance.
So I had the opportunity to be in the same group with Randy. We had Matt Bain from the Urbana Police Department, Lydia Wong for the new King principal, and Member Jones. So we had a lot of conversation that was around some of the facility planning, but then also the finances. And a lot of our conversation was kind of around not all schools have the same need or the resources available. And so kind of creating that holistic picture to be able to fill in the gaps to address the needs of all students. And so we kind of started out having conversations of making our goal around the needs of all students and completing a priority-based budget resource allocation to ensure equitable distribution of our finances. And then we started really kind of drilling down of what that looks like. And each school right now gets a budget based off of their enrollment population, but then there's a low income or an SES like multiplier that we add onto it. And then through some of our conversations, we kind of talked about that's not the only indicator and a priority group for our students. So we had our 2030 goal as having an incrementally implement a priority-based resource allocation to address the priority groups by 25% each year to ensure 100% of schools have resources aligned to their specific needs. And part of that conversation was doing it 25% each year because of doing it incrementally. And then that we don't want to like hurt other schools by taking away funds. So kind of addressing it to where it's a slower process. And then for our KPI for the 2026 academic year, we want to implement a priority-based resource allocation process to acknowledge the priority groups that are beyond the SES metric, and work with administrators to incrementally, I can't say that word tonight, implement the process between FY26 and FY30. And we're kind of having the conversation of what would that look like. And I think during the RAR process with ISB, we kind of talked about implementing a finance committee, and that would be a great opportunity to have some of these conversations start.
That's going to be really hard to implement, given like the fact that the salary schedule isn't linear. There's bumps in places, but depending on levels and things, right? That's going to be kind of hard to kind of shift that in aggregate.
Yeah, but this is just for the building budgets. So looking at like the building budget right now, we have a multiplier based off of just the SES population. So it might be, is that a holistic picture of that school's needs? So if there's a higher need of like IEP students, then that could be one of the priority groups that we also focus and implement to give them a percentage, an increment more. And so those were the conversations that we were having.
I'm sorry. What does SES mean?
Low income.
Yeah. Socioeconomic status.
Thank you.
Yes, we need to add that. We thought we caught all the
Yeah,
acronyms.
we did.
We missed one. Thank you, Sid Lally.
Yes, thank you.
Because we went through this to find all of them, so we missed that one.
So if we were moving money based on the number of students with IEPs, Okay, so school A has fewer students with the IEPs, school B has more students with IEPs. So we already put in X amount of dollars based on IEPs at each school, right? I mean, because it comes, some of it comes federally, some of it.
Correct, yeah, but there, right now, there's not an indicator for the district that we implement for students with IEPs, even though we know that those take higher resources.
Right, but what I'm saying is, so is there a pot of, there's a pot of money that kind of is targeted toward all the students with IEPs, right? No.
Correct. So she's talking about the IDEA grant, the,
Yeah, yeah.
yes. So
Okay.
the funding that we get from the state.
Yeah.
Okay.
right.
Yes.
So there's a
yes.
pot of money that goes to students with IEPs. And right now, if school A has more students with IEPs and I just said it opposite. School B has fewer, then school A is already getting more money based on.
So
And
that's
so-
going to be part of the conversation that we have in the finance committee. Is that a priority group that we want to address with using district funds? Because we know that some of the federal money might not be there as much for the students with IEPs. And so we're wanting to get more of a holistic picture, because right now it's just the federal funds that we allocate towards students with IEPs. There's not really a set amount to say, like, these students need a multiplier to help bridge that gap. And so that is going to be the goal of the 25-26 and the finance committee, to set those indicators and kind of discuss those metrics. But we also know too that it's going to be a moving target, because the IDEA grant is different every year. Same thing, like, you know, we have Title I low income grants as well. And students who you get more money based off of your socioeconomic status with that too. But then with our district budget allocation process, we give another metric of money based off of low income status. So we're just kind of wanting to refocus and look at our allocation process and see if it's as equitable as we want it to be.
And one of the reasons, to give you a little history around when we started the low income multiplier, it was when Dr. Williams was at that time Prairie, and King had non-existent PTAs. And so if you compare buildings that have strong PTAs, that are supporting their teachers, that are providing professional development, that are providing money for activities and family events, and then you had two schools where they didn't have that benefit. And so one way to help equalize, and because Mary Ann's just talking about district funds, so she's not talking, like the IDEA grant is, it gives us money for how we pay our TAs. Like, all of our teaching assistants are paid out of that, and some of our salaries and some of our related services personnel. But what Mary Ann is trying to do is provide more of a resource allocation process for how we give building money, district money to the buildings. Yeah, it's not for salaries. Yeah.
Correct, and it wouldn't be
Yes.
just based off of the grants either. It's looking at district allocations.
Because right now, we only have been doing that for low income, which has benefited in the past a couple schools before we redistricted. Now we've spread our low income students around a little bit more. But, you know, in our conversations we've been having with the state board, they've also said, hey, you have schools that are designated, and they're designated for these very specific groups. You should also be allocating funds for your schools that are designated because of their students with IEPs growth, or designated because of your MLL students growth. But right now, we are only doing it, and we've been doing it since, I'd say, like 2013, 14 for low-income students. So they were impressed that we were kind of ahead of the mark, and that we've been doing it for low income, but the state said you also need to be thinking about these other groups that are receiving designations through the state. So
Thank you.
Yep. Yeah. All right. So implementation phase. So I know I received an email today from a board member asking about this, and I know there was an email sent out around the community about us not including strategic areas or action steps very specifically. And we did that intentionally because, as you can hear from the Strand leaders, we had 60 people in that room. Each one of them pulled a very small group of people to do the work. And so, yes, there were conversations around next steps and action steps and strategic steps, but to have a small group of less than 10 people decide the action steps and strategies for the rest of the district for 5 years was not enough voices. And so each Strand leader has those ideas and suggestions and things that their small groups came up with. But now, in moving into next steps, we need more people to be part of this process beyond just the 60 that were in that space. So as I mentioned, we are going to embed professional learning across all areas to increase the instructional capacity of our staff. And that is something that Mrs. Smith will work on with each Strand leader. We have a template that we will have each strategy and action step included, and then we will also make sure that each Strand leader has staff development and training as part of that. And then the strategic planning team, who we are so thankful for their participation over those 2 days. But what came out very loud and clear from a couple of them when we talked about our exclusionary data and some of the data that was kind of like an aha for them. And one of our folks who's connected to the community coalition, he actually said, well, who is holding you guys accountable like as part of that? And he said that there needs to be a group beyond just the board who is also looking at that data as part of the community. So having our strategic planning group now shift into a steering committee who will now be part of the group that helps hold us accountable to our work. We wrote the goals, but now the work begins, right? And we need more people to be involved in the work than just those 60 people that were in that room. So for the next 5 years, we're going to ask that committee to now meet with us twice a year, and we'll present our progress and have them help hold us accountable to the work moving forward, in addition to, of course, presenting it to the board. And then we will open up yes, there's another, we're going to have a website where we'll put all this information once Catherine gets back, where we, throughout the year, we will also be able to update progress. So as we have one of those meetings where we update progress on our goals, we'll make sure that that information is listed on our website. And then moving forward, so just this Thursday, we have our next program council meeting. So our first invitation to other stakeholders will be Thursday. We're going to invite our teachers to join and be part of a working group, and we'll have a QR code where we can invite other people, whoever would like to join a strand that you're passionate about or that means a lot to you. We want to open that up to parents as well. So we want to encourage people to join a priority group. Each group will become a working group, and next year they will meet once a month. And we'll all meet on the same night and kind of have a strategic planning night of work moving forward monthly. And we want more people to be involved in the process. So we appreciate the staff, parents, students, and community members who were involved. But we need more voices to be part of the work moving forward. So we've created the goals, and now the work begins to develop those strategies and action steps for progress monitoring. So if you're listening out there and you're interested, and send me an email, and you can be part of one of these working groups moving forward next year. I am going to ask for, I know we typically don't do a one night, but time is of the essence for us at this point. I want to be able to take this information to some of our other stakeholders in the community. So I want to be able to take it to the end of the year picnic. I want to be able to share out this info. So we only have 3 weeks of school left. So I am asking that the board approve the plan tonight, so then we can begin the work of sharing it out on Thursday at program council and taking it into other spaces so it lives and breathes. And it won't do that if we're not out talking about it and sharing it more with more folks.
you have a question, Sherry?
It's a lot of information to
I know.
absorb in one
Yes.
day when you weren't part of the process. The one thing that I'm questioned and I'm concerned about is that the only student achievement goals that you have are for reading and math. Is that correct? So
Yeah,
one of
that
the
we've-
one of the things that you did highly stress upon before, and also when the student Jalen
Jalen.
was
Mm.
here, as far as you had mentioned it too, is about getting more representation in higher level and AP courses, but yet
Sure.
it's not part of any part of the strategic plan.
That doesn't mean it won't end up being a strategy or an action step. So, and also that'll
Under-
be part
under
of.
what?
I believe they talked about it in college and career as well.
Okay,
In
I'm just
Jesse's
looking around.
group more so
Okay.
than they did in the student achievement group.
Yeah.
It was more so part of the college and career group
Okay.
as one of their strategic
Okay.
priorities.
Thank you.
Yep.
Is this the time where we're supposed to discuss it, or do we have to?
It's an action item later.
Is it an
but we
action item
can-
later?
this is- no,
We can
okay.
do it now, or we can do
Ask
it later.
questions, yeah.
It's perfectly appropriate to ask questions now.
Yep.
Well, last time you said
Yeah,
no, we
yeah.
had to.
Well, it's fine.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
We have goals about math and English language arts, and we want to increase our AP courses, which means we need goals for science. And so, how do we get that into the
We can put that
elementary
as
grades?
well,
There's
we
no
don't
goal
have
for
science
for
curriculum.
science or tech. Yeah.
So, before we can set a goal for proficiency, we need some curriculum around science, and I know that is one of the areas
But
that.
if we don't have a goal, we won't get a curriculum.
Well, we already have started working on the curriculum. So this year they've been doing social studies, and then next year she's already started working on looking forward to science. So. It doesn't mean that they won't add it as an action step or a strategy in there, but we can't do all the things all at once, but that doesn't mean, we need curriculum before we can say, hold people accountable to having a goal like that, but Jesse's already looking at curriculum for science. She's already started having those conversations, so. Okay.
Anyone else? All right, that completes our administrative reports, and we do have one study topic for the evening, which is the Preston Williams School Improvement Plan Report.
Last but not least.
Yep.
So we kind of wanted to set the tone and really talk about next year before Ms. Jackson came up. So you had a lot of that prerequisite conversation, so we're gonna turn it over to her. You wanna switch, John? Sorry.
Oh, all right. Well, thank you so much. I know it is late, but we naturally want to give huge kudos and shout outs to our staff. Mr. Musselman and I are here to represent Dr. Williams, but the work that we do each day is in collaboration and in support of our staff, including support staff and certified staff. So here you see a list of, we're in an in-between stage, so we're hiring new school improvement team leaders while also having our current school improvement team leaders. So we wanted to represent all of them on this plan because we're merging between this year and next year. So you see them there. In the interest of time, and I hope you all are okay with this, I'm gonna take the lead on going over the slides so you don't have a lot of going back and forth with those. I promise I'm clicking it. This is Dr. Everett Tatum has already spoke very extensively about the new mission and the development of it, along with the motto and the values. We wanted to give you an update, and so in the packet that was shared with you, it did say that we are currently in our benchmarking window, but we put a very conscientious effort knowing that we would be presenting to get as many students tested by Friday so that we could have data to share with you because it takes 24 hours to become available. So when I turned this in on Thursday, we did not have that, but we were able to add that data and get it updated for you this evening. So last spring, we set a goal of by May of 2025, 44% of first through fifth grade students will meet their English language arts growth projection on NWEA MAP, as we do not assess kindergartners for literacy on MAP, which is why they are not included. We are excited to report that our end of the year data, again, still currently in the window. We have a few more students to assess for makeups, but we are already at 48% of our first through fifth grade students meeting or exceeding their projected growth in literacy. So we are super excited that we were able to exceed this goal, because as we exceed their growth projections and meet them, that is how we start to close that achievement gap. Some of the key activities that we utilized was the implementation of core knowledge language arts, affectionately known as CKLA, implementing the M-Class assessment screening and progress monitoring, as well as ensuring that our students were actually setting goals and tracking their progress. So they did that after fall, prior to our winter benchmark, as well as after winter, preparing for our spring benchmark. These are going to parallel with math, so I'm not going to read every single key activity because they're similar, but I did want to give you an update with our math progress as well. Our expected outcome was that 46% of our first through fifth grade students would meet their mathematics growth projection, as seen on our MAP assessment, and as of today, 42% of our first through fifth grade students met or exceeded their growth projection. We do still have a few students that we're testing, so we're not sure if we'll get to 46%, but we are excited that we were very close to meeting that goal. And you'll see as we move forward, we actually set a more rigorous goal for next year. We are continuing to implement illustrative math. We established some school-wide testing conditions, which Mrs. Kale Lewandowski mentioned earlier related to IAR, but we wanted to utilize our testing conditions for both MAP and IAR administration. And again, setting those goals with the students after those benchmark periods. We were really excited and hopeful to make a huge impact on our chronic absenteeism rate, as it's a major indicator in us being designated as an intensive school. So our goal was by the spring of 25, we would decrease the number of chronically absent students by 14%, moving us from 34% to 20% of students who are chronically absent, which is the threshold the state likes to see us at. They want to see us at 20% or below, honestly. Unfortunately, as of April 29th, when we pulled the data, our chronically absent rate was at 33%. So we only saw a decrease of 1%, but felt really good about some of our key activities. I did want to go ahead and include the chronically absent rate, because we're figuring that based off of each student. And that's the percentage of students who have missed more than 10% of their enrolled school days this year. So that's accounting for a student who may have come later in the school year. Does that make sense? Okay, so 10% of the days that they've been at our school, how much have they been there? Some key activities that we have utilized, huge shout out to our student engagement attendance advocate, who was able to compile this data regularly in collaboration with Mr. Musselman and our parent liaison, who were very critical in our monthly attendance meetings. We had grade level attendance rates that were shared and utilized as a school-wide competition. We had an attendance spirit week in the fall, encouraging daily attendance, as well as making sure that we were sharing our chronic absenteeism rates with our staff and families via a monthly newsletter, while also not only sharing the data, but focusing on and emphasizing the importance of being at school daily and knowing the impacts of that, such as the impact on literacy and math skills. Throughout Program Council, we had an opportunity to do a root cause analysis, and we were able to bring that work into this presentation, and we also moved forward with some reflections. So some of the causes of our lack of growth is obviously going to be contributed to absenteeism. The more we have students at school for the entire school day, the more likely we are able to ensure that they are engaged in the rigorous curriculum that we have developed and adopted, so that we can increase their learning outcomes. Also, we have to be realistic and talk about where we are in education in 2025. And we know since we've returned from the pandemic, school is different. So we wanted to be honest and be thoughtful of the impact of disruptions in our learning. So class disruptions, students being removed from class due to behavior, and being mindful of resource allocation. So We wanted to mention limited resources to respond to student needs, both behavioral and academic. So for example, we are a designated school, we are intensive. So we have funds issued to us through the Illinois Empower process to help us try to close our achievement gap. So we've brought in retired teachers who come in and work with students in small group in math, for example, because we don't have anyone who supports math at a tier 2 right now. So trying to really work with some of those students in a targeted way. And we also have, and I know many of you know Dr. Gillespie Washington, she still comes in and works with our students a couple of times a week at the primary level, working on those literacy skills. So making sure that we do recapture some of our experts in the field so that they can come back, so they can make an impact. I don't know how she keeps the energy level that she does, but she is amazing, and we're grateful that she continues to work with us. I will talk a little bit more about what those resources could connect to as we think about our achievement, but I want to align that to our math and literacy data. So I'll talk about that a little more in the future. Some reflections that we had is we really want to make sure that we're incorporating math centers and giving students opportunities to utilize hands-on manipulatives and show their learning in more than just paper pencil, building, constructing, and doing their math in more than one way, not just paper pencil, but models, whether that is through physical representation, drawing pictures, all those things that'll come up a little later as well. We also really started going back to progress monitoring through the implementation of M-Class. So we want to make sure that we are responding to that data with an intentional adjustment in instruction. This year, the goal was to ensure we were utilizing progress monitoring, but what we want to see that shift to is when we get that data, how does it inform our instruction to make data-based decisions to change how we are moving our students through the curriculum and adjusting our intervention time when we're working with students. And then all curriculums have great positives, but they also have areas where we need to think about what can we do to meet the needs. CKLA has writing embedded within it, and it often comes for a short period of time within the units of study. So we want to increase the daily writing opportunities that our students experience so they can practice those conventions all throughout their units of study, increasing their exposure, confidence, and overall writing skills. The grammar is very strong, so we want to make sure that it's a build-up when they get to that end of the unit writing project. This is an overview. I have to be very honest. Naturally, this is Ms. Beckless's template, so she was able to make sure that you all have an overview of what school improvement is for, what we look at, and then we're going to move into our SMARTY goals, which has already been alluded to and explained very well tonight. Looking at our attendance goal, we are still aiming for and focusing on getting our attendance chronic absenteeism rate down to 20%. So by the end of the 25-26 academic school year, we will reduce our chronic absenteeism rate by 14%. Right now, we're at 33%. We buffered up a little bit just in case we go back to 34% by the end of the year. If we stay at 33%, we'd actually be at 19% next year, which would be under that threshold, which is obviously a goal that we would have. We then wanted to look more specifically at a targeted group, and we noticed that there were some discrepancies with the chronic absenteeism rate for our Black males. So we would like to reduce the chronic absenteeism rate for Black males by 22%, or 50 students down to 24, because we saw an overrepresentation of 42% of our Black males being chronically absent while making up only 31% of our student population. Since this is a significant disproportionate overrepresentation, we would like this to be a critical area of focus for our school. Some key strategies that we've implemented this year and will continue to move forward with are the monthly review of our chronic truancy or chronic absenteeism data, utilizing our Tier 2 attendance data interventions, such as SAIG groups, which are social academic instructional groups that are focused on attendance, as well as setting attendance incentives, and doing lunch bunch groups, really leaning into that belongingness and making sure that students feel a part of the school community. These are interventions that we already have in place, but we know continuing their implementation is going to increase our impact. Additionally, we want to make sure that we're working with our families and having positive one-to-one conversations with them, not just about why your student isn't at school, but what can we do to support your family with getting them to school regularly. When we look at our culture and climate goal, this is an area of focus for us. Although it wasn't part of our school improvement plan for this year, it was something that we have been monitoring and continuing to be responsive to. So by the end of the 25-26 academic school year, our school reduced the total number of incidents of physical contact by 15%. We currently have 242 incidences of physical contact and physical aggression, and we would like to see that go down to 205 or below. Additionally, there is again a discrepancy with that being an overrepresentation for our Black males. So we would like to reduce these incidents for our Black males by 20%, going down from 130 incidences to 104 or less, through enhancing student-teacher relationships, increasing student engagement, and fostering stronger school-family partnerships. I know that this is a district initiative, so we wanted to make sure to include this as one of our key activity, and that we will be adopting CHAMPS, which is a classroom management tool that helps teachers create clear expectations for student behavior and engagement throughout the school day. And the acronym stands for conversation, help, activity, movement, and participation. So through implementing this in all spaces, both classroom and non-classroom spaces, it will allow us to really start moving forward on making sure our, sorry, somebody connected to the audio. I didn't know if I needed to do anything. Okay. I apologize. So with implementing that, we can set clear expectations for our students in all the ways in which they engage in the classroom, which will help us minimize the number of disruptions and distractions. Again, we will continue to utilize social academic instructional groups for our students who are at that tier 2 level, needing additional support for behavioral needs. And we have been implementing them all throughout the year. We have a significant number of students who are participating in those groups, and we know that they are beneficial because we want to make sure that when we think about impact on culture and climate, we want to remember that we're building student skill. Behavior is a form of communication, and our students are letting us know that they have a need that is not being met. So while we are not only trying to respond to the behavioral issue, we want to build their social skills so that they can manage themselves in a different way and go back and apply that in a social situation in the future, which looks like role-playing scenarios. So we do that with our students as well. And we are a PBIS district, so we will continue to implement our positive behavioral interventions and supports, but we want to now target it to our Black males. So not only having our building level system, but go beyond that and go to that next level of targeted groups, so we can ensure that the incentives that we are setting are exciting and motivating to our students, so that they can stop and think before they go slap somebody because they said something that they didn't like, but they remember that we're working on a goal and we're trying to decrease that. So making sure that they can get some onus and ownership in that as well. I can click it. Thank you. With relation to literacy, we really, because we meet with the state, I meet with the state twice a month, got some feedback that while we were looking to increase to about 44 and 48% for this year, they really encouraged us to go further, because in order to close our achievement gap, we cannot continue to set like a growth proficiency goal of under 50%. So we really wanted to strive for a far more rigorous goal so that we could begin to close that achievement gap. So our goal is to ensure that 60% of our 1st through 5th grade students will meet their English language arts growth projection, not proficiency, because then we're going to come over and look at their proficiency level. So to move that to a SMARTY goal, currently we have our 1st through 5th grade grade levels performing in our low achievement, low growth quadrant, and that's about 240 students who are performing below the 40th percentile. So we want to shift that to our 1st through 5th grade students actually getting to, even if it's high growth, we have to get to high growth before we can get to high proficiency. So we really want to shift and move into those high growth quadrants while decreasing the number of students who are under the 40th percentile of achievement, because that is where we are at that basic level of proficiency. So we want to reduce that, by 10% or 24 students. How will we do this? The district is implementing an instructional framework that we will utilize, and one of the top high yield strategies through Marzano is identifying similarities and differences and making sure that we are using this across all spaces and all settings within the school. So naturally this aligns with literacy, but the more opportunities we can have students compare artwork, compare music, compare games, when they're practicing that skill across all of those modes, we will see that naturally come back and impact their literacy in a positive way. So I gave some examples of what that looks like. And then we are excited to be implementing AVID. Sorry, I need to move this. Well, actually, I have it on the slide, so I can pull it out. Which is the advancement via individual determination. And this will allow us to establish a culture of rigorous, relevant, differentiated opportunities for all students in an environment that promotes college and career readiness, which aligns with our district goal and strategic plan as well. AVID we have seen at our middle school and high school level, and we are excited to bring this on board with 5th grade next year so that we can make sure that we're aligning those high yield strategies with high engagement strategies for our students. Thank you. I don't know why I can't control it. Okay. With relation to math, this is a similar goal. Actually, everything is the same except our numbers and the Smarty goal. We want to shift that, again, that goal to 60%, and math is given to our kindergarten students in the winter and spring, so we want to include them in our data set. So we want to make sure that we capture where they are performing, because honestly, they are performing at our highest level right now with relation to growth and achievement in math. So we want to not only bring that into our goal, but to be able to continue to include them and track them as they're moving up, because we know that that will have a positive outcome over their 6-year career with us. So we want to see them meet 60% of the students meet their growth projection, while again seeing kindergarten through 5th grade students who are performing in that low growth, low achievement quadrant moving into the high growth quadrants. And then seeing that number decrease from 265 students by 10% down to 27 students being at that basic level of proficiency at the 40th percentile. That is not growth. We're really looking at getting that to proficiency. I'm sorry, achievement. And how are we going to do that? We are going to use non-linguistic representations, which is another high yield strategy through our instructional framework, and implement AVID, which will continue to not only focus on 5th grade, but we'll be incorporating some AVID strategies throughout the entire building, so that as we continue to roll it down each year after. So the next year will be 5th grade, the year after will be 5th and 4th, and it will go down after that. What will our professional development look like next year? Naturally, we're going to need to incorporate professional development around CHAMPS, which is going to be newly implemented across the district to ensure those consistent expectations for classroom behavior. We will do some very targeted instruction and professional development around our instructional strategy of identifying similarities and differences for all staff, and that will happen all throughout the year. But we are charged with what is first quarter going to look like, as well as ensuring we have professional development for non-linguistic representation, and we'll be bringing in the AVID professional development as well. What questions do you have?
Board members' questions.
Who's leading the SAG,
social
groups?
academic instructional groups? Our social workers, our parent liaison, our student engagement advocates. We actually also had a social worker who came in and volunteered and did some of our social academic instructional groups, as well as an intern who volunteered sometime and came in and did that as well. So we're grateful that every year we have a social work intern who helps, but mostly they align with our students' individual education plans. So we were grateful to have some people come in and volunteer their time to see some of our students who we didn't have to have in an SAIG group, but we really wanted them to be in a group.
After your conversations with parents regarding truancy, were there specific things besides illness, of course, that were preventing kids from coming to school?
Sometimes it can be things such as there wasn't someone awake on time to get the kids up into school, and certain families feel like once it's 9 o'clock, oh, it's okay, they don't have to come. So a lot of what we're doing is remessaging that it's okay to be tardy. We want them at school. And so I've had a student tell me, well, if we oversleep, then mom tells us we don't have to go. I said, but it's important for you to be here. So you can come at 11 o'clock. We still want you to come into school. So I think it is in educating our families that we would rather them be tardy than miss the entire school day. But I do think sometimes once you break that routine, it's like, oh, it's okay, we'll just, call it a day, even though we really want them to be in the school. So making sure they know it's not too late to come in. I don't know if you have anything.
And what time does school start?
8:15.
Another thing, strangely, is weather. Now that we have one bus that comes now. So that's the transportation that a lot of our kids have to school are bikes or their 2 feet. So a lot of times when we do have weather, we see a tremendous drop in our attendance for that day, week, however long of a span we have of terrible weather.
It's a hard problem. Any other questions? All right, thank you. This is an action item later on our agenda, right? No, sorry.
They just have to present it.
Okay, my apologies.
Thank you.
We're all getting tired. Speaking of action items, we do have 3 of them this evening. The first is approval for the strategic plan that was presented earlier this evening. Is there a motion for the floor?
So moved.
It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded. Now it'll be time for discussion on the vote for approving the strategic plan.
I'm actually going to vote for the plan, but I have to say, well, I have one question before I say. The very first part of the plan, the team who, not number 2 and number 3, but I can't remember what you called it, but who was on that team? There were no names with it. I was wondering, was that all staff members?
Probably teachers. So we've been talking about this all year through some data point or another, either through program council or through our district leadership meetings or our meetings with cabinet meetings. So you mean the group who decided what the priorities were?
Yeah.
To look
The
at
very
data?
first part, the very first part of the plan, I can't remember what
Yeah,
you
that was
called
the
it.
group.
Phase 1.
Yep.
Preliminary, and so that was all staff members.
Probably all staff members in
Okay.
some form or fashion.
Teachers and
Mhm.
and central office.
And administrators.
And administrators.
Building administrators.
Building, okay.
And also from the board goals. So we started with the board goals, which is
Mhm.
kind of what I started our presentation off
I
tonight.
mean, everything's derived from that meeting we had with Perry, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I guess I just want to say, I would like to see more parents and community members involved.
So every listening session I went to,
And
48
that's-
parents were invited, and I think
47, 43.
Whatever.
I was going to say that.
They were all
because
invited.
you did so much work.
Yep.
So much work.
I can
You
invite,
and
but I
Lori
can't
and
make
John,
people come.
And I went to 2 of them.
Mhm.
And I was shocked to see how few.
I think there were only 4 of us.
At the Thomas Paine one, yeah. And everywhere that I went, I had the QR code and invited parents. I think I had one parent from Thomas Paine who signed up, and then unfortunately she wasn't able to come to be part of the plan. And we had a parent from early childhood who also signed up from one of the listening sessions. But other than that, I mean, I put the QR code out there multiple times. And said anybody who wants to participate is welcome to participate. And so I, after we didn't have a representative from each school, then I went to building administrators and said, hey, do you have a parent who might be interested in representing your building on the strategic plan? So then they went around and talked to PTA people or people like that to get a representative to represent their building.
Yeah, I would, like I said, when I saw how few parents you actually were able to speak to, and that was a lot of work.
It was a lot of work. Well, and I also want to say, in a lot of those spaces, we have staff members who are also parents, and I mean, they work for us, but they also, when they contribute to conversations, they also do it through a parent lens. So I think that's important to recognize too, that you can be a staff member, but also still have very strong opinions as a parent, so.
But I would like to see us
Sure.
figure out a way to.
I would too. So I'm hoping when we open up the district working groups that we have lots of people who, maybe it was overwhelming to be part of all of it, but now moving forward, you can say, hey, I just want to work on increasing the number of AP kids of color we have, or I just want to work on having recruitment and retaining and recruiting more staff. So hopefully now that we have the working groups established, people can say, I just want to work on that. Can I just be involved in just that goal? And maybe that'll lend itself to more people wanting to be involved, because it is overwhelming to think I've got to do all of it. But if I'm really just interested in college and career, or I'm really just interested in my multilingual learners and helping to grow, then you can now say, I just want to work with that group only. So hopefully that'll help get more people involved, I'm hoping. But, yep.
I mean, yeah, this vote really isn't the end of the beginning of the strategic
It's
planning
just the
process. It's the beginning of it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's very much just the beginning.
All right, does anyone else wish to comment on the motion on the floor? Okay, if not, then a roll call vote would be in order.
Member Baxley?
Yes.
Member Langendorf, yes. President Pulowski?
Yes.
Member Amarabu?
Yes.
Member Jones?
Yes.
Member Hickson?
Yes.
Motion passes. Action item 14.2 is the consolidated plan and grant updates. So this is, we're requesting approval for the consolidated district plan to be submitted by the Illinois State Board of Education. Someone provide, I guess, a little more context for the public.
So this was the plan that all the directors, many of whom were here tonight, came and presented at our last April meeting.
It was 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, 3 weeks ago now. And it was the, this is also one of those things we have to do for the state. So we have to present the information, talk about the grants, talk about what the grants pay for, and then we have to submit that we had it board approved. So.
It's the one with a very little print.
Yes, where they go through all the.
To remind you
yes,
reading it.
Exactly, yes, very little print.
Okay, I move that we approve the consolidated district plan so it can be submitted to the Illinois State Board of Education.
Thank you, Sherry. Is there a second?
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Any further comments, questions, discussion? Another roll call vote is in order.
Member Langendorf, yes. President Pulowski?
Yes.
Member Amarabu?
Yes.
Member Jones?
Yes.
Member Hickson?
Yes.
Member Baxley?
Yes.
A motion passes. Our last action item for the evening is appointment of our school treasurer. We're requesting approval for Elizabeth Walden as our district's school treasurer. So this is basically making sure all the checks get signed and then basically doing a sanity check on our accounts. Is there a motion for the floor?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Any questions, comments, concerns? Roll call, please.
President Pulowski,
Yes.
Member Amarbu,
Yes.
Member Jones.
Yes.
Member Hickson,
Yes.
Member Baxley.
Yes.
Member Langendorf, yes.
Motion passes. There are no listed call for future special executive meetings on our agenda, but I believe that we have to schedule them for the training for the intensive school, right?
June 4th.
It's June 5th? Okay. Okay, so that's after, yeah, it's after our next meeting, okay. Superintendent's report.
I do not have one in the interest of time.
Thank you. One more, I guess, piece of business before we close for the evening is we do have to make a decision with regards to the open seat in the Sub-District 6. I would propose that we reopen the application process to be closed the Friday before our next meeting, so that if somebody does apply, we could have it in the agenda. Is that the Friday before the next meeting? How do people feel about that? We'll open it for another, I guess
That's just a week and a half.
yeah, it's not very
It's
long.
Not very long. You want to keep
June-
it for the June meeting?
Maybe we could open it until the Friday before the June meeting
June
then.
3rd is our next meeting, maybe Friday the 30th.
So Friday, reopen
May
it until
30th.
Friday, May 30th.
Doesn't hurt anything.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah,
we could scramble.
okay. Are people okay with that?
I had the opportunity to talk to a teacher, and if you have other people that you know, kind of just talk to them and see if they can recommend somebody. And again, we can talk one-on-one with them, have either a phone conversation or a face-to-face conversation, and see if we can answer questions regarding serving on the board. So I hope we will all at least try to find several contacts.
We can still ask Tori to come back. Okay, all right, I think we have a decision then. Okay, so thanks, everybody. There are a list of FOIAs in our agenda that were completed. So the chair would now entertain a motion to enter closed session, and give me a while, I'm going to read these long legalese exemptions for closed. For three purposes. First is the appointment, employment, compensation, discipline, performance, or dismissal of specific employees, specific individuals who serve as independent contractors or specific volunteers of the district or legal counsel for the district, including hearing testimony on a complaint lodged against an employee, a specific individual who serves as an independent contractor or a volunteer of the district or against legal counsel for the district to determine its validity. However, a meeting to consider an increase in compensation to a specific employee of a public body that is subject to the Local Government Wage Increase Transparency Act may not be closed and shall be open to the public and posted and held in accordance with this act. The second reason is the placement of individual students in special education programs and other matters relation to individual students. And the third is litigation when an action against, affecting, or on behalf of a particular district has been filed and is pending before a court or administrative tribunal, or when the district finds that an action is probable or imminent, in which case the basis for the finding shall be recorded and entered into the closed meeting minutes. Is there a motion to have a 10-minute recess to clear the room, followed by a closed session for those three purposes? With no action following the closed session. Thank you.
I move to go into recess?
To do it, a 10-minute recess followed by a closed session.
10-minute recess followed by a closed session.
For the read purposes, yes.
Yep.
It's been moved. It's been seconded. Is it a roll call, please?
Okay. Member Amarbu.
Yes.
Member Jones.
Yes.
Member Hickson.
Yes.
Member Baxley.
Yes.
Member Langendorf, yes. President Pulaski.
Yes. 10 minutes recess to clear the room, and then keep your mics, folks, because we're going to be talking to